years ago, I shot what became the top 6 wrestling tapes of all time. More copies were sold than any other. 15 years ago, I pulled them off the market due to the technological advances in video production. Today, I'm happy to say they've been digitally remastered with additional footage to reflect the changes of our ever-evolving sport, the world's oldest and greatest sport, wrestling. What you're about to see is the Coach Schalles of today interacting with the Wade Schalles of yesterday in an attempt to help the wrestlers of tomorrow. I hope you enjoy both of me. Welcome to Legal Pain.
To achieve success in wrestling, you must have security in knowing that you're in top physical condition, you have confidence in your technical skills, and a hunger to compete, a need to perform. Being strong in one or two of these areas can compensate for weaknesses in another. I've found that champions always excel in at least one of these areas. In this tape, we are going to concentrate on improving one of the most important technical skills a wrestler can develop, the ability to pin people. But before we go into that aspect of the sport, let's look more closely at conditioning. There is only one way to get into shape, plain and simple hard work. Footballers get into shape for football by playing football. The best way to get in shape for wrestling is by actually suiting up and wrestling. You should wrestle as long as you can, stop for a short recovery period, then wrestle some more. The best way for wrestlers to lose weight is by increasing their daily workload and decreasing the amount of calories they consume. This, by contrast, is the best way you increase your level of conditioning. The more you increase the time you spend wrestling and decrease the rest periods between, the greater your level of conditioning becomes. Supplementary forms of conditioning should include daily running routine, varying your distances, depending upon what is to be achieved. Short and middle distance sprints increase the amount of energy you have per match, or more commonly known as actual bout conditioning. The longer distances, say 3, 4, or 5 miles, help increase your long-term cardiorespiratory efficiency. In simpler terms, it gives you the ability to be as physically efficient and mentally alert in the last bout of the day as you were in the first bout. Various forms of calisthenics should also be incorporated into a daily workout. Each calisthenic should be designed to increase your heart rate while creating muscle fatigue. Jumping rope is an excellent form of calisthenics, as is 4-man push-ups. Weightlifting is another form of conditioning that will also add to your total worth as a wrestler. The best program you can follow in lifting is one that simply makes you work hard and work often. When you're not in season, lifting should be done 3 times a week and be designed to increase strength. During season, your lifting schedule should shift to twice a week and concentrate on maintaining the strength and power you achieve during the off-season. This can be accomplished by decreasing the weight and increasing your number of repetitions per set. The more strength you develop, the more it contributes to your overall level of confidence and proportionally improves your technique. But remember, no matter what you're doing to improve yourself as a wrestler, quality is always better than quantity. It is much better to wrestle with intensity for an hour than to wrestle for 2 hours without it. Combine technical skills with physical conditioning and you have an unbeatable combination. In this tape, I will provide you with the essential technique necessary to improve your pinning ability and make you the winner you know you can be. Spend time watching each move, analyze each position, and study all the individual components that make this technique the best in the field today. Let's now go to the wrestling room. Let's take a closer look at pinning and a great way to teach the technique. As you can see, we have taken a starting circle, which is standard on most wrestling mats, and painted a clock's face around the perimeter. During today's instruction, and when related to a match situation, we teach that your opponent's head always points at 12 and his feet at 6. This simplifies commands and makes it easier to understand. After your team picks up this principle, you could shorten it again and just say 1 o'clock. That's in accord with a philosophy that I've had for a long time in coaching. Always hold the verbal commands you give your athletes to 2 or less words. Don't confuse them. It's easier to say and understand pin 'em than it is to go into a lengthy explanation of what you want. Basically, keep it simple.
What we're going to do now is spend a little bit more time talking about the clock and how that works for you, the wrestler. The idea we showed you earlier is the 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and how that works. Now, to spend a little more time with that, I think it's really important that we clarify the positions and how to knock a guy down. When I'm down here, my head is always pointing to 12. If I'm laying this way, 12 o'clock is here. Over here, wherever my head's pointing is 12 o'clock. So my goal here is to teach our athletes how to work from the down position. All right, 12 o'clock. Now I have 4 appendages, 2 arms, 2 legs. Each one of those 4 appendages are responsible for 3 hours on the clock. My left arm is responsible anytime between 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock. My right arm is from 12 o'clock to 3, leg 3 to 6, 6 to 9. So I have all 12 hours of the clock covered with the 4 appendages that I have. And they're the ones we want to spend time on. Knocking a guy down, breaking it down from the top position when you're riding, turning him over when you're pinning. How do you reverse a guy when you're on the bottom? If you understand the clock, you can be a much better wrestler very quickly. Okay, what I'm going to ask my young assistant to come in here to get referee's position. All right, now, since we're responsible for 3 hours on the clock, each one of the 4 appendages, let's do a real quick quiz. If I control my opponent's left arm and I pull it in on a cross face, I'm now controlling one appendage, the left arm. The left arm is responsible for what 3 hours on the clock we just talked about? 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So halfway between, we always want to drive our opponent halfway between the hours that we have control. So 9 o'clock's over here, 12 o'clock's up here. If I have his left arm, which controls those 3 hours, I want to drive halfway between those 2 hours. Between 9 and 12 is 10:30. So all my driving, if he's to fall over, I have to drive him at 10:30, and if I drive at 10:30 up this way, then he will not only go down, but he'll go to his back. If I were to drive him out, you say, well, you're controlling the left elbow. If I drive him out at 9 o'clock and his left arm is responsible for 9 o'clock, will he fall over? Well, let's see. So since I have my arm here and I start to drive into him, what else is responsible for 9 o'clock? So if you remember what I showed you earlier, there are 4 hours on the clock, 12, 3, 6, and 9, that are responsible for 2 appendages. 9 o'clock, my left leg, left arm is responsible for 9 o'clock. 12 o'clock, left arm, right arm, and so on around. So if I'm to take a crossface here and I'm going to drive into him, if I drive at 9 o'clock, sure I got 9 o'clock control here, but I don't have this 9 o'clock control because we have 2 appendages at 9 o'clock. I can't get him over driving him at 9 o'clock. If I shift my body an hour and a half that way, now I can drive him up at 10:30. He can have that foot out at 9 o'clock, and that doesn't help him at all. And over he'll go. So we want to drive halfway between the hours we have control. Now, if this was to be used as a quiz for you viewing group, quiz here, if I control left ankle and left elbow, how many hours of the clock do I have control now? 6. I'm controlling 6 to 9, 9 to 12. So I have from 6 to 12 controlled. What time should I drive him in order to get him down? Halfway between 6 and 12, 9 o'clock, that's the way he's going to go. And the same thing goes, he'll go to his back. So we go halfway between the things that we have control. Now let's take the same concept and see how it works in the down position. If I'm doing a side roll as an example, I'm reaching up, controlling my opponent's right arm. Controlling his right arm is responsible for the hours of 12 to 3. So I want to go halfway between 12 and 3, or 1:30. If I roll him at 1:30, he's going over. Most people think of a side roll as doing just what the words say. Roll to your side. You don't roll to your side on a side roll. If I control his right arm, that's his 12 to 3 arm, and I start rolling to my side, that's 9 or 3 o'clock. He still has a right leg here that's responsible for 3 o'clock. So if I start rolling that way, he's going to get that right foot out there. I'm not going to get him over because he has his body over here at 3. He'll get his right leg out as a brace and stop me. I'm controlling the right arm. I go halfway between 12 and 3, 1:30. So a side roll here, I'm not going to my side on a side roll. Wrist control, I'm going down to my shoulder, going out at 1:30. As I go out at 1:30, he'll go over, and then I'll be in a position to finish the move. So when you think about clock, when you think about wrestling, the idea is to move your opponent depending upon what you have control of him. If I have him in the down position on his belly, and he's there, and I say half Nelson, which we'll get into later, spending more time on half Nelsons, how do I drive the guy over? Well, it depends upon what I have control. If I have a regular half, and I'm able to have a hold of his arm here, I have his right arm. If I can pull his right arm in, his right arm is responsible between 12 and 3. What time do I drive at? 1:30. If I drive out at 3 o'clock, like most kids will learn when they first try this, you won't turn the guy over. Control the arm, half Nelson. You drive up at 1:30, not at 3 o'clock. Depending upon what appendages are trapped, what you have control is the angle of the clock that you go at. It's relatively simple to understand, but once you get it down, you'll learn a lot about wrestling. You'll be able to make moves up that coach didn't show you just by the common principles of the clock and controlling the different appendages. One of the things I wanted to cover on this clock, it's very important when you have the high-level wrestler. If you're just the first year, second year, third year wrestler, just master the idea of 9-3, 12, and 6. Get the idea of controlling an arm, taking him over. But as you get more intense and you get more experience and ability into the sport, what you have to learn is each appendage, when you're wrestling a good wrestler, is good for 5 hours on the clock, even though I said 3 earlier. It's really 5 if he's a talented wrestler. His left arm is responsible really for 8 o'clock, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 1. He can take an hour on either side of that 9 to 12 shot. So they have a little more flexibility, a little more kinesthetic sense when they wrestle, so they can go 5 hours. So when I say drive at 10:30, I mean 10:30. I don't mean 10 o'clock, I don't mean 11 o'clock, I mean 10:30, darn it. The idea is we want to eliminate the problems that you'll have with athletes and being able to put their hand out as a brace and stop them from taking him over. So when we have a cross-facing example, again, I'm controlling his left arm. If I start driving him up here, he can, if he wanted to, he can take his leg at 8 o'clock, he can move it at 9, or he might even be able to get it up at 10 o'clock. Again, covering a wider spectrum. And when he gets up here at 10 o'clock, then I've got to get him out here at 10:30. If I drive at 10, 9, 8, I'm not getting him over. So again, when I'm up here, I'm going to find out where 10:30 is in my mind's eye, and I'm taking him that way, and I'm taking him with a little bit of discomfort. Arms coming in, driving in the body, but I'm taking up at 10:30, and he'll go over that leg. But you have to watch it. Let me do it for a minute here. Again, when I'm down here with my left arm, I can cover 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12, and I can even reach over and protect myself if I'm getting turned over to half Nelson at 1. So a good wrestler is good for 5 hours on the clock for each one of his 4 appendages. So when we get down and figure out the direction we want to take a guy, make sure you understand where 10:30 is, make sure you understand where 1:30 is. They are the key hours when you're driving a guy up at half Nelsons, headlocks, cradles. We can also take a guy back. One more shot from here, and a typical breakdown, we have chop tight waist. If I'm chopping the near arm, okay, I've chopped his right arm is responsible for what? 12 to 3. So as I'm chopping him down, I want to take him at 1:30. Kids get in trouble on chops, they get lazy. They start pulling the guy into his lap and they end up getting switched when they pull him down here because they're taking him out at 3 o'clock. On a chop tight waist, you never go 3 o'clock. You take him up at 1:30. And I'm helping him a little boot in the backside here. Okay, quiz for everybody watching here. Let's see if you can come up with the answer on this. Real quick, I'm going to grab a body part and you tell me what time I should drive, talking down. Okay, reach under forearm, fore ankle, far knee. What time should I take him at? Control his left leg, 6 to 9, halfway between. Okay, 7:30. 7:30 takes him down. You drive any other time, he's not going to get down. So depending upon the appendage, you now know what you do to break a guy down.
To pin the better opponents you'll meet each year, there's one concept to remember. You must create discomfort, and a large amount of it. As long as your opponent is thinking about wrestling, he'll fight to keep at least one shoulder blade off the mat. Your job is to create a diversion from this thought. Instead of him thinking, I can't get pinned, my coach will kill me, he's thinking of the discomfort he's feeling and forgets about his shoulders. Let's assume for a minute we already have our opponent on his back. We must do one of 4 things in order to pin him. We must either pick his head up, putting his shoulder blades down, can be done with a half Nelson, or pick the other end of the body up, the legs, such as in a stack situation, or, if neither of those are available, when he's on his back, having a reverse half, bottom arm, right arm, pick it up, left shoulder comes down. If he's on his other side, on the left side, pick up the left arm, puts the right shoulder down. Now, once we've achieved one of those 4, 2 would be better, 3 would be great. Once we've achieved those, we must have a couple basic principles to follow. 1, chest on chest. We must put as much weight of my body onto his chest as possible. Slows down his breathing. When his body doesn't get as much oxygen as it needs, the will to win will decrease and his shoulders will get down. So we have a chest on chest situation. In order to get more weight there, we get up off our knees, more weight onto him.
You know, the youngster's right. There are principles to pinning, and there are 3 of them. Jump on your back here real quick. Right in the back. There you go. And when you're talking about pinning here, when I was 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I think I did that tape. When I did that, I had a couple things not quite exactly as I would want them to be, and I'm going to correct them right now. We talk about what are the 3 basic principles of pinning. Right angle, weight off our knees, chest on chest. 2 of those 3 are incorrect. That's a pregnant pause, so you can try to figure out and say, what? 2 of those 3 are incorrect. Chest on chest, it's incorrect. Chest on chest is very good. Chest on face is much better. And we're going to talk about that in a minute, you'll like it. Chest on chest is good, chest on face is better. Right angle is also wrong. Right angle's okay, it's very good, but a little bit past the right angle, instead of 90 degrees, if you can go up a little further to the right, closer to his head, breaking that 90 by 10 or 15 degrees, it's even a stronger pinning combination. And that leaves one thing, and that's one that's still the one that's always right. Get your weight off your knees, spread your legs, shifts the weight onto his chest. So we now, chest on chest is good, chest on face is better. As an example, this is pretty good if I put all my weight right here on his chest. He loves me for this. But if I would move about 5 inches to the right and I put all my weight up here, wouldn't that get his attention a little bit more? So the idea is to shift your weight up on his face versus his chest. So you're smiling at that end, okay, I understand. It's kind of fun to watch too and be part of. So the idea is right angle, well, not right angle, a little past the right angle. Chest on chest, nah, chest on face. And we do want to get our weight off our knees. Now, I talked about a moment ago about a chin twist pick. When we did this, that last tape that you just saw in the early 1980s, grabbing the chin, twisting to the side was perfectly legal. Today the referee's a little bit more touchier with that. So we can still do that to some extent depending upon the county, state, and region of the country you're located in. Some are a little more apt to call it potentially dangerous than others. When we reach around, we get the chin here. The idea is to get the chin, we pull it slowly. We're not trying to rip it. We just slowly ease it over to the side. Slowly ease it over. I'm not trying to create discomfort at all. Right now he's perfectly fine. But when I pick my elbow up is where the discomfort comes in and the leg goes up. Usually when you do a good job, the leg just raises up like his just did a minute ago. So you can do a chin twist pick. Some areas, some not. But if a referee, they usually like a rattlesnake, they'll go, you get the old tail shaking, and they'll go, watch chin. And that's the same as a rattlesnake rattling his tail. So when you hear the referee say, watch your chin, he's saying, like, go with the chin. You better adjust to it. Because you have him already on his back, you don't want the referee blowing the whistle, so potentially dangerous, told you son, and he gets off his back. You only get a good guy on his back once, and when you get him there, you want to make sure you bury him. So if the referee warns you, let go of the chin, and readjust it to something else. I readjust it to a head wrap half. It's something that over the years we've gone from that chin twist pick a little bit to a head wrap. Just the fact it does the same thing, just looks a little differently. So how do we get into this? And I want you to practice at home from this way. Now you never get into the hold this way, but it's the easiest way to get a feel for this. Let's have him lay down here. I'm going to lay down next to him. I'm going to let him use my bicep as a pillow. So he's going to lay here. He's going to have his head down on my bicep. This is how you learn your head wrap half. And then you know what a karate chop is? Karate chopping, but that's what it looks like we're doing. We're going to do a reverse karate chop. We're going to take our thumb here, and I'm going to karate chop his throat. Now that sounds like it's really nasty and aggressive, and I don't want to do that. But the idea is to come up here and have my hand come across his throat. Are you okay? Am I choking you? No, I'm not touching his throat at all. It just looks like it is. Okay, so I'm coming. How far can I get my hand up this way? I'll pull my thumb. I want my hand to come up here as far as I can get it. Now I'm going to pretend his chest is a piece of bread, my chest is a piece of bread, my hand's peanut butter and jelly, and I'm making a sandwich with this. I'm going to do a reverse karate chop to here, and now I'm going to come up on top, and I'm going to complete the sandwich. Here's the peanut butter jelly, piece of bread. I arch up, over top, and when I come down on top of that hand, that pinches the hand down, and that makes sure it doesn't come up. See his legs start to move? You can't hear that on the camera, but I heard about 5 vertebrae going pop, pop, pop in his neck right now, and he's hoping I'm going to get off him real soon, because he's not breathing real well. And he gets up and goes, ugh. Okay? When you reach up and you practice it, he goes, that means you did it really well. When he goes, that means you did it really, really well. When he gets up. So the idea is on head wrap half. Lay on your back, bicep, reverse karate chop, and then come on over top. And when you get that, that gets to be a really tight half Nelson. So from a regular half position here, when you get this in, and we'll come back with more half Nelsons and go into this head wrap once again. From here, as he's coming, I'm wrapping my arm, instead of grabbing the chin, twist and pick, like we've taught before, and you might still be able to do and like it. I'll wrap my hand the whole way around. Now, I'm going to get off of it here just to show you where my hand's going. My hand's coming the whole way across. My hand comes up, you can see it coming up. So from here, up, wrap it as tight as you can, and then lay on it. This gets it really, really tight. And now when he starts thinking about legal discomfort, legal discomfort is when he stops thinking about thou shalt not be pinned, the 11th commandment, and he starts thinking about help. When he gets into the help thought process, he'll lay his own shoulders down because he'll stop thinking about his shoulders. He doesn't care his mother's up in the stands or his girlfriend's over here, and he's on his back or he's going to lose 16 points. No longer thinking about pinning, he's thinking about help. And at that point, the shoulders will go down. That's legal discomfort. That's what we're going to try to create. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to go into one more phase here, and then we're going to get back into a whole bunch of technique. I'm going to let that youngster show you some more wrestling. Before we get there, let's pretend for a second here. You sit up, and I'm going to pretend that he's a tree. We're going to come up, stand up, please. You're a tree, a big pine tree, and I'm going to chop here. There you go. There, now we have a tree. Chop, chop, chop. He's a tree. Timber! He's gonna fall. He falls down. I'll pull him back here in a second. So he lays down, he has his legs together, he has his arms out. He is a tree. When you're a tree, what telephone poles are made of are trees. The object is, when a tree falls down, you cannot roll the tree left or right because the limbs are on it. This is for elementary teaching of wrestling, but at the same time, it's the Olympian who sits down and goes, now I understand. The idea is if I want him to roll over, I gotta chop, 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 saw, saw, saw. I've gotta get rid of one of the limbs. Once I get rid of that limb, and there's no limb over there, that side of the tree is now a telephone pole. That telephone pole will roll. Trees with the limbs don't. Telephone poles do. He will roll to his back. It's very easy to roll a guy over once you get rid of the limbs. So when you're pinning a guy, the bottom guy, when you're down there on the bottom, you want to be a tree. Anything you can do to get your limbs out to the side stops you from rolling over. When you're thinking about what a top man's doing, let's say with a half Nelson, he has a half Nelson on, and I'm trying to drive him out here, he's going, no, I'm not going. He puts his limb out. That's what causes you problems when you wrestle. So he couldn't get the, you can't get him over because the limb's there. You got to get chop, 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 saw, saw, saw. You reach out, grab his wrist, reach under, get his wrist, reach under elbow joint to elbow joint, and pull the arm in. Whatever it takes to get the arm in. If you find out that his biceps are a little bigger than yours, that was my case when I was wrestling when I was younger. I wasn't the biggest guy in my weight class. So when I reached out and grabbed hold of the arm, like Coach said, pull it in, I was going, it wasn't coming in. Once I realized, well, hell, I don't have to learn how to pull it in. What I want to do is, instead of bringing the limb to the tree, I'll take the tree to the limb. Hold the hand still, I use my legs, and I drive him to his hand. Once I slide him over to his hand, the limb comes in. Now he'll roll over. So all your pinning combinations are getting rid of the limbs on the tree. If you are in the down position, underneath, and being pinned, now this isn't, most of this tape's about pinning. Here's a counter, I'm on my back. He's on top of something. Okay, he's at a right angle, where he should be. His weight's off his knees. Okay, now as long as he's here, his limbs here, and his hand here, becomes limbs on my tree, so I can't get off my back. I've got to get rid of the limbs on the tree. When I'm on my back, I want my limbs in, not out. If my limbs are out, I can't roll. I pull my limbs in, and he wants to be a right angle or limbs growing out of my tree trunk. What I want to do is slide around and get my legs back where his legs are. Once I turn my legs around and I start hooking in here, once I get to this position, we're no longer at a right angle, we're parallel to each other. Now it's like two telephone poles tied together. They roll, not well, but they'll roll. When they go the opposite direction, 90 degrees to each other, they don't move at all. So if I want to get off my back, I've got to get my legs back where his are, and from here, now I have a chance to fight and get back to my base. So to get off your back, don't be a tree. If you're on your belly, be a tree. So tree limbs, tree limbs, and you figure out whether you're trying to turn the guy over, or whether you're on your back and you're trying to keep from getting turned over, or you're trying to get off your back. Tree principle's pretty easy to understand for everybody. Tree, limbs, there you go. Let's go back and see what the youngster has to say.
From here, right angle, our body's out to the side. Next thing we want to do is legal pain, creating discomfort. In this situation, as an example with a half Nelson, we have his chin. We want to rotate his head, pick our elbow up, and at the same time create as much discomfort. When his will to win decreases, the shoulder blades will go down. The first base we're going to cover is that of the half Nelson. It is probably the most common and most commonly known of the pinning combinations. There are many ways in which we can end up in this position, and here are just a few. To create discomfort with a simple half Nelson, you must complete two tasks. One, secure the chin and rotate the neck, and two, elevate his head by lifting your elbow. What I'd like to demonstrate right now is a move that we call the seven. It is a simple way of getting into a half Nelson, one I think you'll enjoy doing, and gets the job done. Let's assume that our opponent has taken a shot in a double leg, where you, of course, sprawl. From the sprawl situation, which most of you end up in during the season, we have underhook one arm and we're over the other, or vice, we can come in any combination thereof. The underhook arm comes over, grabs the chin, free hand goes to his right wrist from here. Now you have a choice of either ducking your head underneath his armpit, raising his arm, putting your head under, or get it in under any way you can. Once we do from here, wrist control, chin, Duck under the arm. From here, a simple sit-out. Sitting out, that puts him onto his back. As we turn, we already have the chin secured. We turn, right angle. I have the chin now twisted and the head picked up.
Or a head wrap half Nelson.
This creates the discomfort we were talking about that will want him to put his shoulders down. Now with chest on chest pressure, lean forward and down. Notice where my right leg is. It's pointing in the same direction as his head. That is designed if this man would be in an opportunity to use his legs to drive himself out of bounds, my right leg will stop him from going in that direction and keep him put and secure the fall. Let's look at this in slow motion. It's important here to notice that my buttocks never touches the mat and the back arching motion of my body during this move. I already have the chin secured. I now twist, pick, and chest pressure for the fall.
Wrestling is so much more than the size of your bicep. It's scientific. It's fun. There's philosophies, there's ideas, there's scientific designs. And I want to show you something that came out of the Severn. In the 1980s, named after Dan Severn, out of Arizona State, Michigan, Ultimate Fighting Championship, came a move called the cement mixer. Cement mixer came into being in the 90s and became very popular. East Coast is now West Coast. We're going to show you that cement mixer right now. Another way of getting a guy on his back. I put on the mat here purposely so you can see it, a white piece of athletic tape. This is trying to show you the positioning of my feet. This is critical in a cement job. If there's one thing that people make a mistake on, it's this. So we're going to spend our time concentrating on this white tape line, and we'll go from there. Now, same thing we did on the Severn. The guy takes a shot, you sprawl. Here's how we've gone through a different cycle of wrestling, a new evolution. Okay, from the Severn to the cement mixer. All right? Your opponent takes a shot at you, you sprawl. Weight off your knees, he's carrying your weight. You go into the front headlock series, or underhook, I call this a chancery. That's an East Coast move, I think the name anyhow. But anyhow, you can either go under the arm or take a front headlock, keep your elbow high so you can't sucker drag it. But anyhow, from this position, typically, if you're giving him a little bit of grief around his throat area, what he'll do is he'll take his right arm, he'll reach up and he'll try to clear your hands off his throat. Now, I'm not trying to choke him out here, I'm just trying to get his attention, make him come up and grab my wrist. So as I'm riding here, he reaches up and grabs my wrist. Now I'm going to turn him here, this is not part of the move, but I'm going to turn him just here so you can see he's reached up and grabbed my wrist, and now what I'm going to do is grab his wrist. He grabbed mine, I grabbed his. I like that trade-off. So from the front headlock here, he reaches up, I grab his wrist. Once I have his wrist, I reach underneath the arm, and put my hand on his back here. Up, under, and over. Okay, from here, a ball, circular ball, rolls a lot better than a log. His body can either be a ball, or it can be stretched out in a log. In this case, I want them to be a ball. Balls roll great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push into him, I'm going to back him up into a ball position. Now watch this white line again. Here's where it comes into play. Here's the cement mixer. This is the key. When you have the wrist control here, you reach under the arm, I push into him, get him into a ball, and now, if my feet are straddling this line, I'm 50% on this side, 50% on this side, I got a 50% chance of getting this right. If I bring my legs over to the left side, or right side, and I'm going to roll to the left, I have a 0% chance of getting this move. Here's where you get in trouble. This feels most natural, but it's where you're going to get in trouble. Both of your feet must be to the side you're rolling to. If you're going to roll to your left, both feet have to be to the left of that line. And that line is just split down the middle of the spinal cord here. Okay, so I want to go to my left, his right, because I'm rolling to my left. Here, I reach up, in here gets my wrist, under here, I push him into a ball, I step to that side. I must come to that side of the line before I go. My head goes in the side here, I'm hitting a high bridge, pushing into him, hit a high bridge back, over he goes, and as soon as he hits here, I continue to come up top. Have you seen this position before? Just a little while ago we talked about a head wrap half. Reverse karate chop. We're in that same exact position that we were in before. We're going to do the same thing. Bread, peanut butter jelly sandwich, arch up, over top, and when you have this arm in here, it gets real tight. Now, if you swing around my knees here, there you go. You want to make this really tight. You want to have some fun with this guy. Instead of having this left arm in deep, you pull your arm halfway out and put your elbow right in the center of the solar plexus here. And when I have that tied up, you want to talk about legal discomfort, temporary pain. He thinks he's going to die in this position. So you have the wrist here. When you come out of this, pull your arm out halfway. So all my weight's leaning on my elbow here, and I'm picking his head up. I'm pushing down my elbow, picking up his head. And right now, the last thing he's worried about is getting pinned when you come out of that. So you're a Smith mixture. Shot, sprawl, underhook, push him into a ball, get him into a ball, and when you're pushing into him, get your feet to the side you're rolling to. Get your feet to the left of that line if you're rolling to the left. Rolling to the right, get your feet over there. So there you have it, cement chop.
Most of your pinning combinations are achieved by either driving at 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Most common mistakes individuals make are as they drive chicken wings, half Nelsons at 9 or 3. Another simple way of getting into a half Nelson situation, which is very good for high school students, is by a head in the armpit. This is done from referee's position, can be utilized as a breakdown. From referee's position, when the referee says wrestle, we slide our hand from the elbow down to the wrist. As we do that, my head comes over into the armpit, over to here. From here, I want to drive my opponent at 1 o'clock down to his chest, keeping my head in his armpit, controlling the wrist, keeping pressure down, shoulder flat. From here, what I want to do, lift the arm up, creates leverage and pressure, holds the man down in his bottom position, and when I'm ready to go, I duck underneath the arm, I sit through, I come on up into my half Nelson and chin again, creating discomfort by picking the chin, twisting up with the head, thus. Again, notice my left leg. It always goes out the same direction the spinal column and the head is pointing. Reason, so if he decides to hit some form of bridge or attempts to scoot with his legs to get out of bounds, assuming this is the out of bounds line, he can't do so because he has to drive through a power limb of mine, my leg.
Let's look at this in slow motion. Drive your man at 12 o'clock and make him carry your weight. Duck the arm, secure the chin, pick him up, drive over, rotate the head, up with the elbow, chest pressure, and the fall.
Let's cover that tree limb a little bit more. When a guy's on his back here, you want to put three tree limbs on his body. The telephone pole is his body, plug together straight arms. Telephone pole, when I'm pinning a guy, I don't want him to be able to roll left, I don't want him to be able to roll right, and most importantly, when he's here, and if this is the out of bounds, it's not, you can see where we are, but it's not out of bounds, but let's assume it's out of bounds. I don't want him scooting that way, because once he crosses that line, the referee blows the whistle, he gets off his back, and dummy, you let him off his back. You don't want to do that. So we have three limbs. One comes out the left side, one comes out the right side, and the most important one is the one that grows out of the top of his head, and that's my other leg. This position that you just saw, from here, right leg, out this side, right hand, out that side, left leg, out there, left hand's holding the half Nelson. Half Nelson, so I have limb, limb, limb. He can't roll this way, I've got a brace, he can't roll that way, and most importantly, he cannot scoot anymore that way to get out of bounds. So when you're pinning a guy, get three tree limbs up, you're in pretty good shape. Whether it's a cradle, a half Nelson, a headlock, the same principles hold true. We've got to get limbs on his tree. Now the last thing I want to do in here, I don't even worry about where he is in relation to that mat. When you put a guy on his back, the first thing I think about is how much time's left on the clock. If there's 10 seconds or less, I don't have time to fiddle-faddle around with put my leg here, do this, do that. I've got to squeeze as hard as I can. I don't have time, I'm against the clock, and I'm trying to pin him. If I have more time, then I'm going to worry about technique and positioning, and I'm going to take my time, I'm going to crank him, I'm going to turn him down, I'm going to pin him. Now from here, what I want to do is anytime the guy hits his back, how much time's left? I got time, oh great. I don't, oh geez, I got to hang on real tight. If I have time, then the next thing I want to do is where am I located on the mat? Number one, I think about how much time's left. I should need to know how much on the clock. Number two, where am I in relation to the out of bounds? Am I near the out of bounds line, yes or no? If I'm not, I don't worry about it. Then I start to salivate a little bit because I got time on the clock and he's in the middle of the mat. Yeah, I like that idea because then I'll spend a little time on tightening it up a little bit. But let's say we're next to the out of bounds. The first thing I've got to worry about is not pinning him, is making sure he doesn't get off his back. And he sees what it is. What do you think his opposing coach is going to be saying? Location, Jimmy, location. What he's saying quietly, and the word location is, get your butt out of bounds. You're right next to the edge, is what he's saying. I can't allow him to do that. First thing I do when he hits his back here is I circle him 180 degrees. You always want to point your opponent's head toward the middle of the mat. Any pinning combination, I don't care how you have him, point his head like we talked about earlier, 12 o'clock on the clock, point his head toward the middle of the mat. I pancaked him, half Nelson, whatever. I landed right here. As soon as I get here, how much time? I look, where am I located? Oh geez, I'm right next to the out of bounds. The first thing I'm gonna do is run 180 degrees and point his head toward the middle of the mat. Now, once I have him here, now I have time to tie it up. If he's gonna start scooting on his back, you really need a way a guy gets out of bounds and starts scooting on his back, off his legs. He has now 28 feet to go to get out of bounds on the other side where he was only a foot away over here. Once you turn him around, he ain't getting out of bounds anytime soon. Good idea for you. So, how much time's left on the clock? Where am I located on the mat? Adjust accordingly. Then we can worry about twisting this, bending that, and getting the half Nelson a little tighter pinning. As I get older in the sport of wrestling, I learn a lot about it. And wrestling is cerebral training. It's giving you an opportunity to maximize your ability for success. And how do you do something like that? It's sitting down and planning and preparing to execute your movements so you're going to have success on the mat. Here, this has nothing to do with pinning, and I know this is a pinning tape, but I want to throw out some ideas that'll make you a better wrestler. Just these 2 points alone, if you get nothing else out of these tapes, this is well worth the time you spent in front of the TV set to watch it. And these 2 points are very simple, and I want you to maximize your chance of success. I want you to analyze the sport, and this is when you're riding somebody. Now let's look at this for a second. If I can only run so many miles a day, I can only climb so many ropes, I can only have, I'm 16 years old, I only have 14-inch biceps. By tomorrow, I'm not going to be 16 years old in a day. Well, that's not going to help me very much. My biceps still going to be 14 inches. My level of conditioning is still going to be the same. How can I beat a guy tomorrow after 1 day's training? Well, it breaks down the psychology and training of the physical. Now here, what we have in the referee's position here is when do you ride? When you're riding a guy, you get in referee's position. Coaches say, ride this way, hand around the waist, elbows to one, in a certain position. The bottom guy, and I want to ask you guys a question. People are watching this tape. Answer this question to yourself. What's your best move in the bottom? What's your best move in the bottom? Stand up, switch, side roll, whatever. Granby, stand, step over. What is it? Okay, let's say you say stand up. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being high, how good are you? 10 high, where are you? I'm going to say everybody out there says I'm a 6. I don't care where you are. Let's say you said you were a 6. All right, that means you're a 6 if a guy rides on the normal side. He gets down on the left side like they do. Everyone you wrestle gets down on the left-hand side. Now I'm going to ask you that same question. If a guy gets down on the opposite side, on the right side, the one that you haven't drilled at all during the practice, because the coach always gets you, and the guy always rides on your left side, but now you got a guy on the right side. So everything's backwards from where it was before. You have to step up the left leg first instead of the right leg. You have to take your arm to the left instead of the right. You have to do everything backwards from what you've always learned. How good are you now at that stand-up? Now most of you are probably saying to yourself, I'm not the 6 I was a minute ago when he was on the left side. As a matter of fact, most of you are probably saying, probably around a 2. You've dropped off, and whether it's a switch, Granby, I don't care what it is. When you ride opposite side, when someone gets on your right side, you're going, things change. And that's where you win in the sport. If you want to learn, I had 4 boys that wrestled that had the name Schalles or some adopted names attached to them, but I'm telling you, every one of them, if they were going to eat my food and live under my roof, they were riding opposite side for one reason only. It doesn't make them a better wrestler, it makes them a worse wrestler. You want to be a good wrestler, ride opposite side. Why? It doesn't make you any better. No bigger bicep, no better conditioning, no more experience, but it makes him a worse wrestler because he can't do a stand-up when I'm on this side as well as he can on this side. He was a 6, now he's a 2. Why not ride opposite side? Everything you do, you ride opposite side. That's strategy in the sport. So you ride opposite side. It takes everything away from them. Number 1. Number 2, the last thing we're going to talk about, these 2 things are critical to wrestling. My opinion anyhow, do as you wish, is not only do you ride opposite side, but every move you can think of that he can do from the bottom position starts with my hand around his waist. If my hand is around his waist, can you do a switch? Switch. Arm right there. Boom, he's into a switch. Back. Okay, side roll. If I have my hand here, can he do a side roll? He reaches up, grabs some wrist, he starts a side roll. Hand control for stand-up. He reaches back, starts to stand up, takes the hand control. Everything that you can do from the bottom starts with my hand around the waist. Every move. If my hand isn't there, now referee position says hand on the elbow, hand on the belly, looking forward. When the referee says wrestle, it doesn't say you have to keep it here. Get your hand out of there. First thing you do is you ride opposite side. Second thing you do is you let go of his tummy. Now, what I've done by letting go of his stomach, I can't chop a tight waist like I did. So I've lost my first move, one of my top moves on the top. He's lost everything. If I put my hand back here in an ankle or up the crotch, can you do a switch from here? Can you do a side roll from here? Can you do a stand-up from here? Everything that he could do before, he can't do now. Why do you put your hand around his waist? Well, because the referee says I have to. Only until a whistle blows. Wrestle blows, get your hand out of there. Near ankle, far ankle, crotch, put it behind your head, I don't care, but get it out from around his waist. As long as it's around his waist, you give him his offense. I don't want to find out how good he is at a stand-up, a switch, a side roll, a grabbing, a step over. I don't want to find that out. I might find out he's better at it than I am. And as a result, I'm going to be on the bottom. I like to be on top. So the idea, right off the side, screws him up, makes everything that he normally could do back-asswards for him, and my hand comes out from around his waist, takes away his entire offense. When I take his offense away from him, I have an opportunity to score and put him on his back. So there's 2 important points, and all they are is strategy. They're cerebral about wrestling. There are little things you get to know about wrestling that makes you a better wrestler, and these are just 2 of them.
Many times in a match, you'll end up in a whizzer situation where you've either taken a shot, you're riding a man, and he pulls his arm back. One time or another, whizzer. What do we do from a whizzer situation? First thing we must do is neutralize this power that he can create with this arm. If not, I'm going to get an Excedrin headache. He's going to whizzer me down into the mat. What I want to do to stop the whizzer situation is to take my near knee, my right knee, the one that's closest to him, and come to a right angle with my body and stick the right knee in front of his. As I do so, I've taken away the power he has of the whizzer. The knee in front neutralized the whizzer. Now that we neutralized the problem, let's put him on his back with a half Nelson. What we want to do is go head hunting. We want to come over top of the head with a half Nelson. In order to get this head just a little bit lower than it is now, it's in a little bit of a dangerous situation to come up high. What we want to do is lower his head. We do that by pulling him in a circular motion toward my outside leg. As I pull him to here, his head will lower. When it does, we come over top, purchase the chin, take him on down, finish the same way we've talked about. I got the chin, rotate the head, pick it up, get my foot in front of the head, and the pin will be secured for you.
Again, in slow motion, place your knee in front of his, force his head down by circling his body, secure the chin, weight forward, over and down, rotate, pick, chest pressure, the pin.
All right, let's spend a little more time expanding on the whizzer. Whizzer we talked about a minute ago, we saw the youngster doing it, now we're going to get the old guy doing it here. Okay, we're playing back and forth a little bit here, like a 2-generational tape. I love it. Anyhow, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a shot, he's going to sprawl, he's going to end up with a whizzer on me. When you have a whizzer on, according to Webster's dictionary, is I get my brains beat out, typically on a whizzer. Now, how do I stop that from occurring? By decreasing the whizzer, the power of his whizzer. How do I do that? I'll show you in a minute, you'll enjoy it. Okay, from this open standing position, what I'm going to do is take a shot on him, he's going to sprawl and whizzer me, boom, here. And when you get in a whizzer position, whether you do it from a shot, whether you do it from down wrestling, whatever, there are a lot of times in wrestling you get into this position. And this is his position if you're not paying attention. Now, the key to a whizzer is right now, according to Webster, again, the dictionary and the definition, he's got the whizzer. Now, what I want to do is reduce the power of the whizzer. How do I reduce the power of the whizzer? I take my near knee, the one that's closest to him, my right knee in this case, and his left knee. The two that are side by side, I kick his knee out from underneath him. Once I kick his knee out from underneath him, he still has that definition of a whizzer. He still has his arm in, but he's lost all the power of the whizzer. Okay, from here, as long as he's in this position with his knee in front of my knee, he wins, I lose. I get my brains beat out. I put my knee in front of his, kick, and not only what I showed earlier on that tape that you saw, what I didn't know back in the 80s when I did the first tape, is not only do you put your foot in front of the knee, you'll kick his knee out. There's the part that I wanted to add in for you. Okay, in front, and now once it's in front, boom, boom, kick it back. That's even better than just placing it there. Now you're in the driver's seat from here. What we're going to do, we can do the pull around that I already showed you, the young version of me, pulled around. Here's some new things that I picked up from here. What I want to do from here is I'm going to bear hug you. I want my thumb, like I'm hitchhiking, I want my thumb to be pointing to me. I want to have the bone on the top of my wrist here, digging into his ribs. This is critical on our bear hugs. Standing down, whatever, any bear hug, I want the side of my hand coming in. I want my thumb pointing to me. This is what you'll do. You'll reach over and lock your hands this way so the flat of the hand is coming in his ribs. Or you'll grab this way where the flat of the wrist is coming in his ribs. No, no, to both of them. Side of the wrist, bony part, make your thumb point to yourself. When I have the whizzer here, bump his knee out, reach over, thumb points to me. Thumb points to me. Then I reach under, and I lock my hands. How do I lock my hands? I glue my thumbs to my index fingers and lock this way. It's a butterfly. Flitting, okay? Over. Don't separate your thumbs away from your index fingers. No. Hook, hook. Monkey, hanging on tree, hooking, hooking. Okay? Thumb comes to me here, reach under, hook my hands. Now when you pull this in, now you start hearing ribs starting to crack. Good idea. So you get a lot stronger with your thumb pointing in here. I don't know if you heard him, he went, and then you can pull him in and take him on down. So, first thing you're gonna do, neutralize the whizzer, kick his leg out from underneath. Second thing you're gonna do, point the hand to you, reach in, lock this hand. Coaches, walk around, make sure they have this grip. They're gonna do this. When I'm doing a bicep curl, regular curl, how much can you curl regular? Say 100 pounds? If you turn your hands the other way in a forearm curl, how much can you do? About half as much, 50 pounds. So your hands turn this way, 50 pounds, turn it this way, 100 pounds. So your bicep is twice as powerful whether you have your hand turned this way or this way. The arm is still the same size, just 100 pounds, 50 pounds. When I reach over here and I lock my hands, I want to reach over and lock my hand this way. So it is a regular curl. If I reach over and lock this way, incorrectly but more comfortably, it's easier to grab this way when I'm pulling his hand in, pulling, trying to bear hug him. I'm doing a forearm curl. I have half the power. Here I have half the power that I have here. 100 pounds, 50 pounds. Just turning the wrist makes all the difference in the world whether he's going to come in or not. So you kick his knee out from underneath him, you reach over, lock your hands this way, thumb to you, and you'll find that he'll go over. Even you guys that don't have a lot of arms, he'll still come over to it that way. Watch. Now, second thing we can do from there is we can go head hunting. We're coming up over his head. Now, a little change from the last thing you saw the youngster do. I'm in on the whizzer here. First thing I do, kick his leg out, bump his leg out, take the pressure away. Don't do anything else unless you do that. Number one, get his leg out of the way. Second thing I'm going to do, my hand here, instead of bear hugging and pointing my finger this way, I'm going to have my hand slap inside of his lat, his armpit here. You can hear it on the camera. And I'm going to pull him to me as I pop up, like a jack in the box. I'm going to pop up. As I pop up, I'm going to pull his lat to me. I want him to come in. I want to hear his chest hit my chest. So from here, kick his leg out. I'm popping up. As I'm popping up, I'm pulling him to me. I want his chest and my chest to hit. He's he's on his side here. The head's right in front of me. I'm like this one. Over top. I can reach over the whole way around. See how far my hand's coming through? There's the head wrap half. Okay? And then on down. Or if you're allowed to get away with it, depending on your state, region, or locality of officials, chin twist pick and down. Okay? So you grab his chin, or you can go head wrap half. I don't care, it does the same thing. Dead's dead, either in any dictionary. Out, pop up, pull him to you. Get height. You've got to physically be higher than him. Around his head. And then we're pulling him forward. I've got a head wrap half here now. And pull. I'm going to take him down, post, limb, okay, and limb over here. Limb, on his back. So, with the whizzer, knee out, thumb in, bear hug, pull him to you, over top. I got one. Coach is going to go crazy over this. Rule number 201 in wrestling, never step over a whizzer. Hear that before? Watch. Here's how you step over a whizzer. Real easy to do, simple, and very effective. I know you're going, what? Watch. It's easy. Okay, you're in here in a whizzer, you kick here. If you want to step over a whizzer, it's very easy to do. Take your hand off the back here and go over top of his near ear. The ear that I can see with my eyes, put my hand on it and straighten my arm. Once my arm is straight, keep the whizzer. Once my arm is straight, he's lost the power. Do you feel like you have any weight, any power on the whizzer? Nothing. So, if you want to step over the whizzer, hand to his ear, straighten your arm. Once you straighten your arm, then you can step over. It's real easy to step over a whizzer if you straighten your arm. You don't straighten your arm, you're going to be on your back, and you're going to find out this is a 5-point mistake. So, whizzer, knee in front, kick it out. If you're a legger, this is really good if you like to ride legs, because usually they're throwing in here and you're stepping up with that leg out here. There when you're doing it. So, hand to the ear, straight, step, and then from here, the leg goes in. So So you step across and ride the legs. Okay, one more time. Here, kick the knee out, hand here, step over, and right in the legs. Okay, so we can do that. It's fun. The last one I'll show you is rolling through. If he says, I saw this tape, I know what you're doing, you're kicking my leg out, I'm not gonna let you have that. I'm gonna put my knee in front of your knee. Watch this. So I'm in here, I kick his knee out, I hold him here, and I try to start going to things. He knows what he's doing, because he watched, he's learned this. He takes his leg and brings it back in front of mine. Now here, he wins the position. Okay, what I'm gonna do now, because I have the leg kicked out, boom. Next time he puts his leg up front and starts to throw the whizzer, I'm gonna take my free hand, my left one, and here I'm gonna go behind, not inside, no, behind. And I wanna put my face where I really don't want it to be. Face down in the crotch, hand behind the leg, pulling. Hand, face, pull. Hand, face, pull. Now, on the way over, I reach down, get a wrist. The hand went behind the leg, gets the whizzer wrist. Then I can hold him here on his back. Penny combination? I don't think so. Back points? Holds him here for a while. Not a great one, but 5 points is 5 points is 5 points. I don't really care how I get it. All right, so there you have the whizzer. Multiple ways. Number one, kick his leg off underneath him, or you're gonna be in a world of discomfort. Reduce the whizzer, go to town, have some fun.
Many times you have an opportunity to flatten a man out and go into a chicken wing or turkey bar series. Here's a way we can get into a half Nelson situation. Again, repeating what we've done. We want to secure the chin, okay, twist the head, and pick it up off the mat. From referee's position, my knees behind his butt, and on the midline, from here, I'm going to kick, shift his weight forward onto his arms. I'm taking one of the legs of the table out, his left leg of the table. He'll flatten out, his head will be at 12 on the breakdown. As I chop and kick, boom, knock him down, I have an opportunity to slip into my chicken wing. I want to have my hand pointing across his spinal column, forming an X. My forearm and his spinal column forms an X. I make a fist, thumb is in the up position from here. From here, I want to sit through, pulling this arm up, and move forward. From here, he knows that I want to drive him over at 1 o'clock to his back. He will put a limb of a tree, his body being the tree, out to stop from rolling that direction. From here, we go underneath his arm, fingers do the walking, out away from his head. Why? What we're going to do now is go to a half Nelson. If I brought my hand straight in and started going to half, I'll get about halfway and he'll realize, uh-oh, here comes a half, and he'll either grab my fingers, stop me, or he'll just pull his elbow into his side and I won't be able to get to half. A way of tricking him, your hand goes out away like you're going for a one-on-one on the wrist, get your arm completely through, then come over on the half. You got the half Nelson, he didn't realize it, it's now too late. From here we come to the other side of the body, the side the half Nelson is on. Have the chicken wing across, keeping it legal, fist in the middle of the back. Jump across that side here, and now, back to the clock, we want to drive our opponent at 11 o'clock in this situation. Don't make a mistake and drive at 9 o'clock, as most individuals have a tendency to do. 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock, depending upon the side you're on. From here, we drive him up to his side using our legs. From here, I sink my body down, I slide down. As I do, I sink the half Nelson much deeper, so I'm able to reach around and, of course, again, get the chin. From here, I want to continue to drive. If the arm starts going up his back, potentially dangerous situation, you no longer need it. You can either release it and continue to drive with your half Nelson, or if it's still in a legal position, you can keep it. In this case, I will let go of it and continue to drive half Nelson on over to his back, twist the head, pick it up, place my foot in front of his head, stop him from sliding off the mat. We've created discomfort, and the shoulders will go down.
Let's analyze this in slow motion. Chop. Notice my right leg is forward, which helps me control his left shoulder and arm. Reach across, under his arm, sink your arm deep, come over to the top of his head, with securing the half, jump across to the opposite side, drive at 11 o'clock until he reaches his side. Once you have him on his side, adjust down allowing you to get the half Nelson deeper. Go to the chin. Here I release the chicken wing for fear of the official breaking it as potentially dangerous. And continue on over. Create discomfort.
As anything with time, things change. And here's an improvement on the chicken wing that I've done over the years. I talked earlier about a half Nelson with your hand on the back of the head. I no longer subscribe to that philosophy, although mechanically it makes perfect sense. The further out on the lever arm you go, the stronger you have. But what I find up there is everyone has hair. Well, most everybody has hair. And when you put your hand up there, your hand has a tendency to slide off. I like it down. I've come off that. I've had some trouble up here. I slide my hand back, and my hand's not flat on the neck on the half Nelson. It's more of a karate chop at a 45-degree angle. It's not a straight down 90-degree karate chop. It's not a palm. It's 45 at an angle here. So when I slip into the half here, I'm turning my wrist this way across his head. You can see his head starting to buckle under just by lowering my hand down like this. It starts to duck his head under. So I want that action at a 45. So when I have a chicken wing here, and what I still do is I still come under here. I'm not trying to come to a half Nelson right away because he's expecting it. So I'm going to do something over here. It's like a magician. What they do is they say, look over here, and then the bird appears over here, but they get you looking one way, and they do something with the other hand. And what I'm doing here is I think I'm doing something with this arm. I want this one-on-one. I want to control his arm. I'm doing something over here. No, I'm not. I'm going to half Nelson. Bar. I'm over here trying to get something, but I'm already underneath his arm. And boom, over. Here to here. It's easy to make the transition. Once you get the transition over, karate chop, karate chop. Here, down 45 degree angle. You can start turning his head under. I've got rid of his right arm responsible between 12 and 3 o'clock. 1:30 is the answer. So I'm driving the half Nelson up here at 1:30. Once I get up here on the side, I get into the side, I stop what I'm doing, and I sprawl. What do you do when a guy shoots a double leg on you? You sprawl. You do the same thing here. Half Nelson up, from here, sprawl. Sprawl back. You slide down until your chin runs into his chest. You're up high when you first drive here, stop and slide back, sprawl until your chin runs into his chest. And it won't go any further. From here, then we wrap around here, chin twist pick, or head wrap half. Okay. Hand through. How far can you get your hand through? See the hand coming up? Okay, and then land on it. When you get this, it gets real tight. So, with your bar arm, with your half Nelson, the idea is 45 degree, karate chop the back of the neck here, and you'll find that the head will turn under. I have nixed the idea of the back of the head anymore. The hair is giving me problems, but mechanically it looks pretty good on paper, but it doesn't work. All right, there you are with half Nelson. Half Nelson, back of the head. When you're talking about half Nelsons, the nastiest guy I know with half Nelsons is a guy named Gene Mills. He's the second best pinner in the entire United States. Anyhow, with that said, what I noticed when I watched Gene teach his half Nelson, I knew this myself, but boy, it was drug home when I listened to him and watched him. Where my head is placed on my opponent's body determines how much power I can create with a half Nelson or a bar arm. Let's spend time on a half Nelson in placement of my head. If my head is straight up above the guy's shoulders, your opponent's shoulders, you got a so-so good chance of getting him over. If you have your head placed directly over top of his head, then you're in the crush mode. Good chance, crush mode. If you want to maim him, then you put your head in front of your opponent's head. So on your half Nelsons, when you put your half head, if you keep your head back here, it's good chance you'll get him over. You have a great chance of getting him over if your head is higher physically over top. So my hand is over top of his head here, then he is not going anywhere and he is going to go over. As a matter of fact, he goes over so quickly. The hardest part of this to learn is how to figure out how to slow him down. It's not whether he's going to go over or not, it's how you slow him down when he goes, whoa, on the way over. So, good, better, best. Half Nelson here, we put a half on, head back here, good, better, best. You want to lean way up here. See, he's putting his hand on, here's a brace, taking the pressure off his shoulder that I got on there. At this point, which we'll teach you later, what I would do is I'd take his arm out from underneath him, and I'd put a half on half. Like picture in picture, from here, reach here, and I'd put a double half on. He's got a half on himself, I got a half on his half. I got two half Nelsons on this, and I turn him over. Anytime you're running a half Nelson, you put the sand up as a brace, grab it, pull it back, lock it down. And you got a double half Nelson. A lot of fun. But anyhow, G Mills, thanks a lot. Half Nelson, get your body forward, head way in front of his head, bar arms, half Nelson, success will be yours. All right, what we're gonna do here is a little bit more chicken wings. We're gonna have a little more fun. Chop him down, have fun, turn him on over. Let's see if we can get a pin from here. Talked to the youngster a little while ago, showing you a chicken wing and bar arm. We're gonna do is reinforced chicken wing. Same type of thing. We're gonna grab his wrist after we chop tight waist. Referee's position, chop tight waist, chop him down. The hand that I'm chopping, the hand that's around the navel is gonna grab that wrist. So I'm chopping, I'm gonna grab his wrist here and chop him down from that. As I bring him down from the mat here, what I wanna do is I wanna pull the arm through. I want his arm. I want his arm here. Pull it up through. The more you pull it, the more he's going to say, no, you can't have it. And the more he pulls his arm back, what he'll do is he'll pull it out this side and pull it back, which then gives you the gap that'll lace this through and come in with a chicken wing. You still have his wrist down here, so you have reinforced, or some people call it a steel band chicken wing. Reinforced, steel band, whatever, it does the same thing. Thread your needle through from here. Now we're trying to keep him down, run him over. All right, you can turn this and start running around the head if you want to. If he realizes he got broken down from his base and he wants to get back to his base, he can do that. As he starts to pull his legs back underneath him, stay right there, don't move. Okay, I've got the chicken wing on him. I'm going to take my near knee, my right knee closest to his left knee. I'm going to slide my knee in front of his knee, spread my legs. That gives me a gap here. I'm going to pull him into that gap. I'm going to pull him this way into the gap. And from here, I'm going to take my hips and bump into him so he's up on his shoulders. So, spread my legs, put my leg in front of his, pull, 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 bump with my hip. So, I have the reinforced chicken wing here. He had his head down. He was getting back on his base. I slide my knee in front of his. My legs are spread. I put my head down. I'm pulling him this way. Pulling down, down, down. Once I get to here, I start pushing him with my hips. Bump, 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 up to his shoulders. Over here, my right arm, elbow, 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 holds the hip in, holds the hip in, keeps him from rolling on through. I'm stacking him straight up on his shoulders. So, chop, wrist, pull the arm, we'll pull it back. That gives you the freedom to slip your arm in. From there, you're trying to turn him over. If he starts building back to his base, take your leg, put it in front of his, keep your leg spread. You have an open circle here. We're pulling him into the circle. Put your head down on the mat here, and then bump into him, bump, bump. With your hip, you catch him up on his shoulders, pinch with your elbow to hold his hips in the upright position. So we have that from the referee's position. Now if we have him in the down position, I like that best. Reinforced chicken wing, having him flattened out here. From here, what I like about this, Olympic level turn. It's high level, easy to do, functional. Everyone that you wrestle is expecting you to do something from this side here. Pick up, run, step around his head, jack him up. They're not expecting you to jump to the other side. That's what we're gonna do. For those having a freestyle background, this is not like a gut wrench, where we're gonna drive up over at 1:30 on this guy, 1 o'clock. I'm gonna put my right shoulder on top of his right shoulder. I'm gonna pin his shoulder down. I'm putting all my weight right here on his shoulder. And then I'm driving that way as I jump across. We're gonna end up in a load up position where he's on his back and I'm loaded up on him. Okay, similar to freestyle. But it's good, it's great folk style. Bar arm here. What I'm gonna do, pin that shoulder with my shoulder. I get up, my butt in the air, driving forward, as I'm driving forward, 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 and then here. I pull him into my lap, I hook his foot with my shoelaces. Down here, shoelaces at the knee, the bottom leg, shoelaces. Elevate the leg. As long as the leg's in the air, he stays on his back. When I have the reinforced chicken wing, he's not gonna like to be on his back, he's gonna try to roll away from him. There. Anytime you wanna put him on his back and get that 90 degree or 45 degree for 2 points, you take the bar arm. The hand is here, and this is the key. Tight grip here, straighten the arm, straighten the arm. You can't stay close to him and straighten your arm. You must get away from him. So you want to move upper body, upper body is sliding away from him. Slide your upper body away from him. As you slide it away, straighten your arm, straighten. Can you hear the hollow sound? Boom. My hand's going in the back of his back. Okay, reinforced here. I slide away from him, elevate the leg, straighten my arm. That puts him on his back. There's no getting off at that point. But you have to slide away. Slide away, straighten your arm. Okay, there you have it. Reinforced chicken wing, knees in front, jack him, put him up. If he flattens out, or if he's on his hands and knees. I like to do that jump across back a little bit. Okay, if I had that reinforced chicken wing, I don't jack him up anymore. I've done it before, don't do it anymore. My age, I don't do a lot of things anymore. Okay, but I will jump across in the practice room. Chop, get the wrist, reinforced, and I'll jump across. I'll ride him like a horse, and I'm putting all my weight forward. Here, into him, collapse the arm, and then up. How do I straighten my arm? I get my head away from his. And that straightens, elevate the leg, shoelaces at the knee. Okay? So, put his on his hands and knees, flatten out, jump across, jump across. Works every time. Can't measure it. Shoulder down, straighten your arm. There you have it.
From her feet, an opportunity arises every now and then to put a guy on his back with a half Nelson pin. This is called a front chancery. It's done after an individual has shot on you and had an opportunity to sprawl. He shoots, sprawl. Again, we want to stop him by sprawling, underhooking his arms. From the underhook situation, our right hand comes down to the chin. When it hits the chin, the other arm stays underneath. If we were over top, we have the severing situation we've talked about already. If we'd like to stay under that, we want to bring our arm at the elbow joint, pick my arm up, put it across his back. Hand comes up, across his back, forearm, spinal column forming an X. From here, I want to create a right angle. We talked about pinning. Right angle, chest on chest. In order to take him over, I must get to a right angle. I move my body out to the side from here, and now I'm driving in a direction again. If his head is pointing at 12, as we said, I will be driving him at 1, not at 9 o'clock, off to his right. From here, turning him down to his side, I have the chin secured once more, twist the head, pick the head up, tighten it up right now. Most of your half Nelsons, you want to tighten it up when his head's in the air. You're cutting off his wind. You're slowing his breathing down. It makes it difficult. You're creating discomfort. And now he's starting to panic. He's more worried about where his next breath is coming from than where his shoulders are in relation to the mat. He's no longer going to fight. Create discomfort now. Make him want to quit now. He wants to get off the mat. Then slowly force his shoulders down to the mat, and the referee will call it, and we'll terminate the bout. Let's analyze this in slow motion.
You can derive more power and speed from this hold if you remain on your feet and stay off your knees. On over, form a right angle with your body and make him carry your weight. Once he's near to the fall, tighten it up, create legal discomfort, decreasing his will to win, chest pressure forward, the fall.
Okay, to add a few things to that chancery we just went over, other ways of getting it. When you get this arm, I want to get the arm up to my shoulder. For those guys who don't have 18, 20-inch biceps, you can be under this arm here, elbow joint to elbow joint, and force the guy over to right angle in chancery. For those who don't have the 18, 20-inch biceps, a little more on the scrawny arm side, like me, okay, I want to get the guy up in the shoulder. So what we're going to do when we're in this front headlock is, first of all, pop him forward. From here, I want to get him coming forward. See how he leg went up there? Pulling forward. Pulling forward, get him coming forward. As soon as you get him coming forward, that throws him off for a second. Then I'm going to throw this hand in the air. As I throw my hand in the air, I'm going to duck under, turn sideways, and I'm going to kick this arm from here to here. I want his arm to land on top of my shoulder here. Now scrawny arm guys can take this guy over here. I don't care how strong he is at this point, he's going over. Okay? If I'm elbow joint to elbow joint, I have to be more powerful to route him over from here. Or I can throw the arm up in the air and duck underneath. It's like kind of doing a duck under action. Arm up and down. Getting the arm to come up my shoulder, then I can attack. So here, pop it forward, up, and let the arm come over. Once the arm comes over, then you take him over. So, from there, pop, pop, pop. Throw the arm up, have it slide from here to here. Or if you can, we talked earlier about a severing. Similar situation to severing, pop, pop, throw it up to a duck. Okay, here, pop, throw, and duck. Okay, like that. Here, pop, throw. Now once I get my head under here, same idea. I turn, and I have a sever, or a half Nelson, whatever. Same thing works. So I either catch the arm up and shoulder, over top of my head, and drive. I'm coming at the right angle. Just a lot of little variations to the chancery.
Let's try to combine breakdowns, rides, with pinning. Here we have a situation we call a ride. We go from the right side. If I'm riding opposite side, what I want to do is control my man's left arm and drive him at 11 o'clock. If I was riding conventional side, off to the left, I would drive him at 1. But now opposite side, from referee's position, hand on the elbow, From the start, the hand that's on the elbow comes under, across. I want to control his far elbow, left elbow, little finger on the elbow. From here, hand comes out from around the waist, goes in between his legs, and down to the near knee. I want to come to the front of the near knee. From here, I'm pulling his front left support out, the left leg of the table, and I want to drive him at 11, not 9 o'clock. If I drove at 9, his left leg would be able to stop me. He'll post his left leg out there and stop being able to drive that direction. But he has no post nor support base at 11 o'clock. When I pick that knee up, even if he has the foot out at 9, doesn't do any good. Pull down, pick up on this, and I roll him over. My left hand went out as a post to stop him from continuing on rolling through. Had he rolled on through to here, we go back to the beginning of the tape. We're in a situation we want to control the bottom arm. This case, his right arm is down. We go under at the elbow, pick that bottom elbow up. As we do, that top shoulder will go down. Okay? If he would go the other direction, the bottom arm becomes his left. Pick it up and on over. Now, once we drove it over, starting again from the referee's position, let's slip that into a half Nelson, what we've been talking about. Referee's position, far elbow, into the knee, pick, down to a shoulder. As we do that, he turns to us to fight. We come over top with our regular half, sinking the arm in deep. That allows you to be able to reach around and get the chin. If you're unable to grab the chin, 9 times out of 10, it's because your shoulder is not deep enough. You haven't put your arm in. You're out of the distance. You can't reach his chin. Sink your shoulder in deep first before you go to the half. In deep first, wrap around, secure the chin. Twist, pick, create discomfort, then continue the fall on down to his shoulders, placing my right leg in front of his head to keep him scooting out of bounds, and finish.
Once again in slow motion, look how low I have my right shoulder. That gives me extra reach with my right hand to secure his left elbow. I drive him at 11 o'clock, secure the chin, and form a right angle with my body. This creates limbs on his tree. Discomfort, the fall.
Or, instead of chin twist pick, head wrap half. So, again, elbow in, sag down as deep as you can get, around his head, wrap it up. I got off him, just so you can watch my hand, comes up to here. When you see the hand up here, you got it good. So, here, you sag down, hand wrap around. I just for a second, I lift my body off of his so my chest is no longer on his chest. Just for a second, my hand slipped through. Now I go back down on him. And I take him back over and take him down for the pin. Now, from this very position, one thing you don't want to look at, another little trick of the trade, you'll love this. When you get a guy in a half Nelson, they're going to take this free hand and they're going to block on your thigh as you're trying to drive a guy over. If you can't get your leg free, you can't drive into him to pin him. So as long as he has his hand braced there, and a lot of guys will brace their hand here, what you're going to do is we're going to sit out. I'm going to forget what I'm doing with my hands. From here, I'm driving into him. He won't let me. I'm going to take my back leg and sit through. That takes the hand off the leg. So hands on the leg. As you do a sit through, boom, here. Now that knocks his arm up to here on his face. So when I take him on over, now his face will right over his own mouth. So I'm not cutting off the breathing. He's choking himself, not me. Okay, inhale. Half Nelson, he's pushing my hip, leg right. Sit. When you sit through here, it takes the hand off, and then you come on back. And you end up with a half Nelson, and a lot of times his own arm across his face. So, when a guy's blocking you, all you do is you practice sit. 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 That clears the arm, and sit back. So, one leg comes under, then go back over. Okay, last time. Half Nelson, he's pushing, clear it, and come back over. And you have it. So there you have it.
Before we go any further, I think it's conducive now to talk a little bit more about strategy and pinning and technique. I always tell my youngsters when I'm working with the high school kids or younger individuals in wrestling that in the individual you're wrestling, let's picture him as being a tree. If I would take an axe and knock the tree down, chop at the base, the tree falls down. He's now laying on his belly, on the ground. We have limbs of the tree that are still there. His arms are pointing out, creating limbs out to the side. Now, as long as that tree is cut down and it has limbs on it, you are not going to be able to roll that tree left or right. Your job, in order to take this tree and turn it into a telephone pole, is by chopping off all the limbs. Once you chop all the limbs off the tree, there's no more limbs going out, this pole will roll from side to side, and thus a way of getting a guy to his back. In order for him to keep from going to his back, he must put limbs on his tree, the trunk of his tree and his limbs. He's got to keep limbs out or he's going to roll over. My job in all my pinning situations when he's belly down, in order to turn him, I've got to eliminate the limbs. In this situation, we're going into now a ride and a pinning situation known as a spiral ride. From referee's position, we want to take the hand that's on the elbow, go underneath the arm. I'm blocking the arm forward. At the same time, the right hand, the one that was on the navel, is making a fist, and I'm going into either the crotch or somewhere on the inside of the thigh, thusly, as I come up with the arm. From here, I want to go into the name of the move, a spiral ride. I'm going into a spiral situation. Circular motion, running, getting off my knees, making him carry my weight, slowing him down, creating a little more power for myself, being derived from my legs. Circularly, knocking him down. Boom. Referee's position, bump and chop. Bump, bump. Bump, so. I've broken him down. Now from here, I'm again right angle, helps hold him down, keeps the referee off my back for starling calls because I'm right at the right angle. I'm not riding parallel. I'm under the near arm. Again, the same thing we did on that half Nelson we want to do here. Let our fingers do the walking. Get our arm underneath his arm before we go to half Nelson so he doesn't know it's coming until it's already on. From here, we go to the top of the head. Top of the head. Now, if he is to stop me from driving him to his right, he has two choices. Put a right arm out, that'll block limb of a tree. Or the right leg may come out, two limbs of the tree to keep him from rolling that way. He doesn't want to roll, I want him to. The hand that was in the crotch keeps that leg back. Okay? Now, when I'm ready to go, I want to, assuming that his head is pointing at 12, although not so on this clock right now. Remember, the head always points at 12, feet at 6. From here, I want to come up, isolate one-on-one. Come to the inside, grabbing the wrist. I want to remove the limb of the tree. You guys have all been here. Pull the arm in. Once we've gotten rid of the limb, this tree now becomes a telephone pole and easy to roll. From here, I'm driving at 1 o'clock. 12 o'clock up over his head, 1 o'clock the shoulder. Youngsters starting out here, you have a tendency to want to drive at 3 o'clock, off at a right angle. Do not. Take him up at 1, right off the shoulder, between his shoulder and his head, in a 45-degree angle. Taking the limb in, one-on-one, pull it in, hand on top of the head, drive him to a side. Once I'm here, what I should do in order to be able to grab that chin is adjust my weight down. From here, I slide down. It's just like when a guy shoots a double leg on you and you're sprawling from here. I sprawl down, my left hand, my half Nelson hand goes in deep. Sprawl. It's now in deep. I'm in elbow deep on his head. This hand now comes around, secures the chin. I pick, twist, and right here, I hold him just for a second, creating discomfort. His wind is slowing down. The blood flow to his brain is being severely decreased, not to a point of hurting him, just convincing him that his shoulders want to go down. From here, I continue on by driving him down, keeping his head up, and the shoulders go flat and secure the fall. Let's take another look at this.
Remember to stay off your knees. Circle him down off of his base. Once you've flattened him out, continue to drive, keeping weight up on the shoulders and head. Eliminate the tree limb and drive at 1 o'clock. Once you have him on his side, scoot back, reduce down, allows you to grab the chin, rotate, pick, create discomfort, and decrease his will to win now. Then set him down.
There's There's a reason why we stop the tape right here, because it's in slow motion, and that's what you have to learn when you're trying to put a guy on his back. You have to learn to slow down. Slower is better when you're pinning someone. The sooner you learn that, the better you're going to be at pinning.
I think before we finish this section on the half Nelson, I want to clarify one point again, and that is this body, the man that you're wrestling, being a tree or telephone pole. We always want to drive, in most of your pinning situations, which I've covered today and will cover the rest of the tape, that we drive it at either 11 or 1 o'clock in order to put him on his back. That is the most efficient and the easiest way of doing so. Why we don't drive at 3 instead of 1 is, if I'm going to drive this man off to his side, him being a telephone pole or a tree, if he can put a limb out, this case being the leg, he will stop me, or a hand will stop me from trying to drive him or roll him to 3 o'clock. Okay, with the leg out there propping at 3, it does him no good to stop me from taking him at 1 o'clock. What stops him from going over at 1 o'clock, say with a half Nelson, is his hand. I can't drive at 1 o'clock because his hand's out, the limb of the tree, the body being the tree. What I want to do is pull that limb in. Now he'll go at 1 o'clock. The leg still may be out protecting against me going at 3. A lot of times you'll end up in this position where you've driven the man incorrectly at 3 o'clock, and you'll wind him almost into a sit-up. If you drive him at 3 o'clock, you can't get him over, okay? And you'll drive him into a sit-up situation. What we want to do, you drive him up over his head at 1 o'clock or 11 o'clock.
Instead of winding him into a sit-up, what we're going to do is turn it into a hadle. H-A-D-L-E, half Nelson and cradle, hadle. So we have a one-on-one on the far side, we have a half Nelson here. You're starting to run in, instead of 130 here, some people run in correctly into a circle. We start winding them up here. As we get them wound up, from here what we're going to do is, I'll leave the half Nelson on, but from here for the instruction part, I'll pull it out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let go of the one-on-one. As I let go of the one-on-one, I go underneath the leg, reach over and grab a hold of his bicep. So I'm coming out of a one-on-one, over the leg, grab the bicep. So we have the half Nelson and the one-on-one. I drive him into a circle here. Once I get him as far as I can get him, I pull the hand out, around the leg, to the bicep, and now I go at 1 o'clock. I've got a cradle or a hadle. Half Nelson looks like a cradle. I'm driving straight up over his head. Here, straight up over his head. On goes back. I post with my forehead on the mat. That holds him right there on his back for the fall. So it's a half Nelson, cradle, hadle.
Now, finishing up half Nelsons, what else we got? The plain old half Nelson. Different times during a bout, you've picked up an ankle, broken your individual wrestler down, boom, he's on the mat. You may be sitting on the leg. You may have chopped him down. Or just in different times during a bout, you find yourself in control and on the top position. What we want to do is isolate both arms in order to have a half Nelson work. In this situation, I'm going underneath the arms where I should be when I'm riding. I want to come out to a right angle so the referee thinks I'm working for a fall, which I am, and doesn't call me for passivity or a stalling call. I want to isolate one arm, the limb, the right arm here, take the limb off the tree, boom. Now, on the other side, I want to make him think that I'm going for a one-on-one. So I'm reaching under, going toward the wrist. He doesn't know I'm going to a half Nelson yet. He sees the hand coming in as a threat to a double one-on-one. So as I come under and go that way, he's allowing my hand to come under, trying to go for the wrist. But what he's done is allowed my arm underneath his. From this point, once it's totally committed under, now I can come across to my half Nelson. Isolate over here, eliminate the limb of the tree. Make him think that you're going for a one-on-one. If he thinks I'm going to a half Nelson and start working up here, he's going to clam it up, I can't get my arm under. Or he's going to come up and take finger control, and I can't get the half. Tricky. Work your hand in like you're going to a one-on-one, commit the arm, boom, come over to the head. From here, I'm driving off my legs. He put his leg up at 3. Doesn't do him a bit of good, unless I incorrectly drive at 3. I'm driving at 1. Straight up toward the 1 o'clock, I get him up to his shoulder. From here, we talked about what's next. Scoot down, adjust your position. Pretend the guy's shooting a double leg and sprawl. Slide down. That allows your hand to come in deep, shoulder deep. From here, around to the chin again. I purchase the chin, ball game's over. Twist, pick, and start driving. Right now, I've already created the discomfort. His breathing is being impaired. The pain is being created. His shoulders will go down when I finish this up. Over, Pick the head up, slowly take him down. To a shoulders touch, my legs in front of the head, stop bridging out of bounds, and we secure the fall.
All right, when we talk about half Nelsons, you have to also talk about the counters. When you're thinking about what the bottom guy's been taught, he's been taught look up, look away, reach up, peel the half off. Simple, basic counter to half Nelson. Look up, look away, peel off, don't look into the half Nelson. What I want to do is I want to make him break some of those rules. And what I'm going to make him do is I'm going to make him look down and into me, the exact thing that he doesn't want to do and I want him to do. So you do what I call a whack, whack, half Nelson. And a whack, whack, half Nelson is you're taking two hands and you're whacking them. Whack, 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 half. So what you're doing is you're pulling the pushing the head down and in. I want to make him look underneath his armpit here. So I'm pushing the head down, down, not smashing his mat, facing the mat, down and in. So from here, in referee's position, as I reach him with half, I bang him down and in. I want to make him look under his armpit. Slap, slap, whack, whack. Once I have him to here, now I start driving. I want to isolate a one-on-one. Okay? The first thing he's going to do is he's been taught up and away and peel it off. Since he no longer has the up and away, he still has the peel off. As soon as the guy reaches up, anytime they reach up to grab your wrist, you get their wrist. He grabs yours, you grab his. From here, you just give a little pull. Pull. When you pull, you've got his attention. He's going to go over, matter of fact, quicker than you really want him to. You got to slow him down. So from here, you're driving up to the side. Once you get to here, let go of the arm, sag down, because there's going to be a point where the referee goes, whoa, 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 change, no, 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 let go of his arm, let go, son. So from here, half Nelson, from here, whack his head down, make him look into his armpit, whack, whack. As you start to drive here, if he starts peeling it off, get his wrist. Once you have his wrist, you got him. You can either pull on it, or bring it on and have a half Nelson in the back of his head, and have a double half Nelson. He has a half Nelson on himself, you've got a half Nelson on him. And then take him on up and over. Okay, so anytime the guy reaches up to peel it off, you grab his wrist, turn it into a double half, or give it a little pull, he'll go over. Second thing we're going to do, let's assume I had a half Nelson, a one-on-one, and I took him over. He's a gifted wrestler, he has a large range of motion on the way over. He puts his left hand way behind his head as a post to keep him going over. I have a one-on-one here, half Nelson, I've driven him over. Look what he's doing with that hand. He's putting the hand behind his head, which is abnormal, but a good wrestler will do that to keep him from going over. So, as you get to there and you start driving, he puts his hand out there, reach out, and jerk it out from underneath him. As soon as you jerk it out, change, got a double half again. So, if he puts his hand out there, all you're doing, you can't drive him over. His post is pretty good. Take it out from underneath him, boom. Reach up, double half, sag, down, and continue to drive, room for the fall.
Now, several things we want to point out. Let's assume that this line now, between the white and the orange, is the out of bounds line. When you put your opponent on your back, there are several things you want to consider. First thing you do, the first thing you think about when your opponent hits his back is where are you located in relation to the out of bounds. You'd hate to have to put him on his back and get a good guy, the one you really want to beat, there only one time during a bout, and find that when you do get him on his back, he's within a foot, foot and a half of the out of bounds. And we're in this position right here. What's he going to be doing? Naturally looking for the out of bounds, squirming to get a fresh start. You, on the other hand, have got to keep him in bounds. Don't try to pin him at this particular point in time. Your job first is to get him turned around so he stays in bounds. You can't pin a guy who's out of bounds. He's got to be in. So in this situation, as soon as he hits his back, where am I located? Uh-oh, out of bound line. What you do is you always want to turn yourself around and put yourself out of bounds. I can't stop him from going out of bounds where I am. I want to turn myself around. I use the power of my body, my legs, to turn him around. So, I am now on the out of bounds, driving him back toward the middle. Now I have 40 feet, 28, depending upon the size of your mat, to push him before he gets out of bounds again. Now, once you've secured the location on the mat, of course you land in the middle, don't worry about it. That's not a problem. But if you land near the edge, don't try to pin him before you secure the situation. You put yourself out of bounds and then get the pin. Now, second thing, how much time is left? If there's less than 10 seconds, forget about technique. and you want to go into the animalistic part of wrestling. Just to put all you have into trying to get those shoulders down. You don't have time to go for the finesse of technique and straighten up. If there's more than 10 seconds, take your time. You take a lot of energy out of him when he's on his back. You tire him out. Tiring him out makes it good for you too. So if he does get off his back, he's weaker, he's not as crisp in the second or third period. And you know what it's like when you end the first period 5-0. It's tough to come back. If I can hold him here for the period, he's going to be out of gas, I'm up by 5 points, and he's got his work cut out for him. So, when he lands, look to see if you're in bounds. Secondly, how much time's on the clock? 10 seconds or less, animalistic. Just crush, do whatever you have to get him down. Now, if you have more time, then we go into the technique. We work to get the chin and the half. Twist, pick, try to cut him off a little bit, make his will to win decrease, and then put his shoulders down. From here, turn around, take a quick glance at the clock, make sure that the clock says 10 or more seconds. From here, then we can work into our pinning situation and tighten up and twist and pick. Again, from the referee's position or from flattened out on the mat, I'll ride opposite side. Once I have him down here, under, one-on-one. I want to go to a one-on-one on this side, okay? Once I get a one-on-one, I'm going to one-on-one on this side, or so he thinks. Hand comes through from here. He's allowed me to commit my hand. Hand comes through, boom, top of the head, better than at the neck. From here, I want to drive at what? 11 o'clock. I'm on the opposite side, now it's 11. The leg out here does him no good unless I incorrectly drive him at 9. From here, drive him up to a side. Once he's to a side, next, adjust down, reach in, grab the chest, chin, and the whole works. Twist and pick, creating discomfort now, and then slowly let the shoulders down. Let's analyze this now in slow motion.
Keep your weight on his shoulders and head, and your arms under his. Eliminate the far limb, and slip in the near half. Once that's secure, drive him to a side, scoot back and down, create legal discomfort, and turn him over at 1 o'clock.
Just like anything, drilling on our takedowns, reversals, escapes, or pinning, the key to knowing what you're doing is by drilling, doing things over and over and over again. What we've previously shown you, I'd like to have you do one each day of everything. What you're doing is learning how to master the half Nelson, securing the chin, creating discomfort, and then securing the fall. We must do this time and time again in order for you to become the pinner that you know you can be. Again, building on what we've previously learned, let's move to another popular method of pinning, the arm bar or chicken wings. Arm bars are relatively easy to master, as are most pinning combinations. The failure of most young athletes is the inability to recognize arm bars when they present themselves. Let's identify a few of these situations now. First of all, I think the problem is, laying flat, Michael, please. We have to cover what is legal and what is not legal in the chicken wing series. Before you put them on, we must understand this, so when you have an opportunity during a bout to tie a man up in chicken wings, before the referee can call a potentially dangerous situation and free the bottom man from it, we must know how to do it, how to keep it legal, and how to keep the referee, most importantly, off your back. Chicken wings are by pulling one arm back, or bar arms, depending upon what part of the country you're from and what you call it. We want to secure the near side arm, the side that you're riding on. We pull it back. Now, the key is where my left hand is located on his back. If my arm is crossed the back at a right angle to his spinal column, it is legal. We want to make a fist, keeping our thumb in the up position. Okay? This is legal. If we slide our hand on top of the shoulder here, we have a potentially dangerous situation. The official may let you continue on. He may break you. You don't want to stop up here. You don't want to put your hand up here. The referee has an opportunity here to stop the match. And on a good kid, you may only get the chicken wing once, and you don't want to let him out of it. But legal, potentially dangerous, and if your hand ever slides over onto his arm, his tricep here, it becomes illegal. Legal, potentially dangerous, illegal. Let's keep it legal. Once we've covered that, let's go into a few situations on where we can pick up a chicken wing from. Now, as we went earlier in the typical half Nelson, we can go into a bar arm or chicken wing series from referee's position, head in the armpit, flatten him out. Head in the armpit, get down to the wrist, flatten him out here. My head is down on the shoulder, controls him, keeps him down. As I do that with my hand on the wrist, I pull the arm back and my hand slides up. All 5 fingers are over top of the hand. From here, slide up and in. My hand across, keeping it legal. From here, what I want to do is pull the arm up away from his body, and sit underneath him. I think before we go any further, I should cover a few principles of pinning with the bar arm series. First of all, we want to get our body, my body, between his arm and his body. I've got to slide in here the whole way up to his armpit. Secondly, I must have all my weight, whatever it is. I weigh 160. I want to get as much of that weight as I possibly can over his shoulders, keeping my head over top of his head. Okay? Once I've got my weight on him, my head always remains directly over top of my opponent. Now from here, in order to turn him over, I've got to eliminate the limbs of the tree as we talked about earlier. Example, we have an arm out. There's a limb. That's got to come in. Later on, we'll talk about turning the man over from here. Let's look at 6 more ways of obtaining a chicken wing before we go into the finished product. How do we get a bar arm? From referee's position, we just showed you head in the armpit, wrist. Next we're going to show you is just a simple chop tight waist. Taught on the junior high level, the senior high level, and very effective on the collegiate level. From referee's position, I want to chop the opponent's arm back. I want to eliminate the arm or the leg of the table, knock him down at 11 o'clock over top of the shoulder that's no longer there with a support. The back leg, again, boots in his butt, shifts his weight forward, gets the weight over the arm of the table that's no longer there, and down he'll come. On the arm, we want to make sure we chop the arm across the body. Many mistakes are made by youngsters by chopping the arm straight back. And you chop his arm down to his elbow, and you still have not flattened him on the mat. You must chop the arm completely across. In a way, we're going a little bit against the grain of the elbow, taking the whole arm across, leg of the table out, and down he comes. Referee position, chop, boom, flat. As soon as we get him chopped down to here, this arm slips back into a wing, pick it up, slide into home plate. We're sliding forward. We're stopping at the armpit, weight on, head over top of his. We've secured an arm bar. We'll tell you how to finish this in a second. Another way of getting into this, anytime we're riding an individual, he may be already flattened on the mat. We may have picked up an ankle and been sitting on it. As an example, we may have just spiral ride or chopped, flattened him out. When we're riding him here, a lot of times the opponent has his hands in front of him, so I can't get the one-on-one. When he decides to get to his back to his base, he's got to pull his arms back and do a push-up. As he does that, come on back, notice what happens to his elbows. Freeze. Right there, his elbows are in perfect position to go chicken wing this side, or if you're greedy, take both of them. Pull the arm back as he goes from the referee's position. As he comes back, follow the arm back, slip in your wing. You can't stay parallel though. Right now I'm parallel to him. I want to get out to a right angle so the official at this particular moment doesn't call me for passivity. Right angles, the referee lets you go. Parallel, he gives you some trouble. Out to a right angle, slide in, head over head, weight on top of him. Another way we can get into bar arms, simple sit out. A lot of times your bottom man from referee's position will do a sit out. As he sits out from the referee's position to here, chop his arm down, we get into the same thing we just did the last one. Chopping the arm down, as he pulls down, we slip the wing on. Pick it up, slide in home plate, head over head, weight shifted forward. This keeps him down and unable to sit up on you and counter your movement. Okay? If we chopped, we can go on to a one-on-one series. We may have him broken down, chopped him down, however. Reach under, one-on-one. Notice all 5 fingers come over top of the wrist. It's a much stronger position than pinching with your thumb. All 5 fingers over top. Now, if you get a strong individual here, you may not be able to pull that arm in. So what you want to do is hold that arm still with this hand, use the power of your legs to drive him forward and over it. Drive his whole body forward, using the strength in your legs. Come out to a right angle again, keeping the official off your back. Now from here, forearm on his shoulder, we reach underneath the body. I should have my weight still on him, but for teaching purposes, I'm off. My hand should go underneath. As it goes underneath, my fingers will form a rake. And I'm going to rake his hand that's on his body, rake the fingers off of his chest. Okay, and I'm pulling a hand out from underneath him. I reach under, and I rake the fingers. Down in a more alive situation, he's down, I reach under, I pull the arm out. Once I have it out, the referee is going to be watching this closely. So we want to make sure that we don't take it up past the 45, okay, and get it stopped. Once we have it out, we want to take it across to the opposite cheek. Hold it off the opposite cheek, cover with my chest, hold him still. From here, reach down, slip on your wing. Now, if you want to hang on to that, fine. I prefer to let him bring his arm back and sit again into home plate. Slide as far forward as you can, head over top of his. Another way getting into a wing. The last two ways, fairly good also. If you'd like to ride in a blanket ride situation, where you're draped over it, riding him here, making him carry your weight. A lot of times they'll reach back, go to your ankle to toss you off. As they toss you off, okay, hand comes down, we go to our bar. You wait for them to toss. As they toss, catch that arm. Okay, I went to a half automatically, or one-on-one, double chicks. But again, I have my bar arm. If I want to stay on this side, I'm perfectly do so. Come under here, if he takes his hand out, as we talked about earlier, fingers do the walking, chicken in half. Or I can come to the side, the wings on, pick the arm up, sit into home plate. Head over his, weight on his upper half. Last thing I want to show you, and by no means is this the only way you can get into chicken wing series. There's many other ways. These are just a few of the more common ones. All right, if you have a man who is trying to roll you, a wrist roll you down to your side, he will purchase my right wrist, start rolling me down. This hand, I want to, at this point, before I go, oh, overcome, I'm going into my wing here, and I've got to get my hips off of his legs. I want to jump across to the side that he's rolling me to. Once I jump here, I've got the arm hooked. He realizes he's in trouble, and he'll belly down. Again, I can stay here, look for double chicken wings. Ooh, that's a lot of fun. Go into a near side half Nelson, or jump across to the side the wing's on, and keep the weight forward. All of these will do the same thing. Get you tied up so you can have a good wing series and the opportunity to pin him. Now, let's go into the first one that we're going to hold the guy down with. Let's say we just chopped and broke him down and we have our wing. His head again is pointed at 12, his feet at 6. So with this, we want to go back to the tree and the limb theory. He's going to have a limb out there to stop me from driving in that direction. Okay? So what I want to do is eliminate the wing, eliminate the limb. Reach underneath, take a one-on-one. Fine. If you can't pull the arm in, you, with your legs, drive him over his arm. One way. One back. You can go under the arm, do the same thing. You can go over the arm, grabbing the hand. The hand. I'm not on wrist, I'm on the hand. Do the same thing. If you can pull it in, fine. Pull it in. Limb's gone. Okay? If he doesn't come in, drive him again over it. The object is to get that arm in. Okay? Once the arm's in, then we can go. We drive at what time? As we said before, 1 o'clock. Do not, never, ever drive at 3 o'clock when you have chicken wings. Or if I'm on this side, drive at 9. No, no. 1. Pull the arm in, limb of the tree's gone. We drive him up to his base, up to his side. Once I have him to his side, I'm too high. When I take him on over, if I continue to drive, I'm going to end up with my stomach on his chest. That's no good. We've always mentioned chest on chest. If I continue over, stomach on chest, or he can re-roll through and he gets off his back. We have him up on his side here. Now we take the arm down right at 1 o'clock. Once we get him up to the side here, I stop driving with my feet. If you have a problem here, just pick your knees up. Pick your feet up off the mat. Stops you from driving. Forces you. You can't. Here, take your finger down at 1 o'clock. Hand goes down behind the head. Okay? Now, when you take it down at 1 o'clock, you're also creating the discomfort we've always talked about. Same type of thing. Once we've isolated the shoulder, we pull it in. We can either drive him up and take the hand down, or at this point, post the head with my knee that holds this head still, doesn't allow it to slide, and I can circle the whole way around his head. Circle, step, I'm reaching around into a reverse half Nelson. You can tell by the facial expressions that I'm creating discomfort. This left arm I have real tight. When I pull him down, reverse half Nelson. Now to create more discomfort and to have both shoulder blades go down, just like in the yellow pages, let your fingers do the walking. The more you take that head away, the more discomfort you'll create, and the quicker those shoulder blades will go down. Now don't forget to keep your weight off your knees, so he's carrying all your weight. Let's once again go to slow motion on this.
Remember to keep your weight forward, your head over his, eliminate his far arm, drive him to his side, take the secured arm, take it down on the mat behind his head at 1 o'clock. That allows you to remain chest on chest and in good position to secure the fall. If you have an individual who is stronger than you are, and when you reach out, you're unable to pull that hand in, reach out, secure the arm, drive his body over that arm using your legs, run him up to his side, post his head with your bottom knee, rotate around, keeping chest on chest, maintaining altitude, go to a reverse half Nelson, and let your fingers do the walking to create discomfort.
Two other ways of getting into chicken wing, other than the ones that the youngster showed you a minute ago. If you're riding legs, you can hit the guy over. The legs in, ride and trap an arm, bump an arm here, and you're hipping him over. As you hip him over, we're looking for Jacobs. Hook the arm, try to pull him over. If he goes over, good for you. If he doesn't go over, what he's going to do is go to his belly. But as he goes to his belly, let the legs slip out, and you end up with your chicken wing. So you had legs in, you hip him down, you're looking for a Jacobs. If it doesn't work for you, he goes back to his belly, you already have your wing, and then we're reaching in here for the one-on-one again, so I can come back over in half. Or we can do a chop tight waist. In the referee's position, chop him down, work on a tight waist. As you're holding him down here, he wants to get that tight waist off, so he's going to reach down to take wrist control and peel that off. As he does, up away, back hook. So he's taking the wrist here, he's giving me this hole right here, we just hold here. Reach in, back hook, pull it back, and change your hand. Now as he goes back to his belly, that's fine, but he goes back with you having a chicken wing on. So we have two ways. Legs, hip him on over, tight waist, he reaches down for wrist control, back hook, shift into bar arms. Two other ways of getting into bar arms, you already know how to finish it.
Let's look at another way at creating discomfort or legal pain. With our chicken wing series, a way of turning them over, we again have the limb of the tree out here. If you have an individual who has his arm fairly straight, and I can't get out there to get to the hand, it's too far away to reach, what do? Another situation, a way of eliminating this tree limb and having him do it for you, is again shifting my weight forward, head over head, come to the near ear with my forearm. I'm pulling the head from here to me, and I want him to turn and look. Notice his hand slid from being over there at a protectorate point at 2, now it's pointing at 11. It's no longer the limb of the tree to stop him from going that direction. You pull the head over, drive him up to his shoulder. Once we get him up on his shoulder here, again, around the head to finish up as we did to the last one. Up to the side, head around, knee around, blocks the head. I follow it through, the other side, keeping my weight on him as much as possible, my knees off the mat, more weight, reverse half, fingers do the walking, pain is created, shoulder blades go down.
Once again in slow motion, you must force his head to slide and point as much as possible toward 9 o'clock, which eliminates the effectiveness of the right limb of his tree and allows you to rotate around his body and secure a reverse half Nelson. To finish, again let your fingers do the walking. Get your knees off the mat, weight on his chest, lift his head, and make him carry all of your weight.
There are many ways to skin a cat. Here's just one more. From referee's position, we want to chop him down. Let's assume we have him flattened out and already have our bar on him. Instead of running the conventional way of trying to isolate an arm here, eliminate a limb of a tree, what we're going to do is jump across to the opposite side. As I jump across, I think you'll find that his body will turn to at least a 45-degree angle, if not a 90-degree angle. As we jump across and pull, we get him to here. The chicken wing arm slides shoulder deep, shoulder deep. From here, we want to keep our weight on him. That keeps him in this position. I reach across with my own arm. I put my elbow right here on the cheek, not covering nose, mouth, or eyes. And I just pull my arm back. Don't cut loose on him. Referee, costs you a point. You're already in a situation. You want to score points. Head, elbow, pull. Hand goes back. I lock my hands here. My hands now become locked. I get my weight off my knees, circle out front, shoulder and sternum again to here, and pick up, create discomfort.
Here again in slow motion, jump across to the opposite side, pulling him to his right side. Slide your chicken wing arm in as deep as possible. Pull his head back with your elbow. Reach under the head, lock your hands. Move parallel. Hit a front bridge. Pressure on his solar plexus with your shoulder. Your right ear on his side. And the fall.
Let's take a look at double chicken wings now and how that can create a little bit of discomfort. The object now, chicken wing, weight shifted forward. He has his limb out there. We want to bring it in. Get rid of the limb, so we'll roll. From here, we're going to go over top of the arm, pull the arm back, and we now have double chicken wings. Lock our hands here if you'd like, or you can leave them open depending upon what you prefer. Doesn't really matter. From here, if I would start driving at 3 o'clock incorrectly, what would happen is he'll just scoot, and I won't be able to get him over. Too many people drive at 3 o'clock, and that's what happens. No points are secured. What we want to do now is get him up to his side. Once we get him to a side, our legs come around the head to here again, and then we're going to keep moving, and sit up. When you sit up, shoulder blades come down, and every official, whether it's home or away match, whether he's for you or against you, has to call that fall. Everyone in the stands can see that both of your scapula are down. We have a choice of that one, or we go into a figure 4 off the double chicks. Secure them the same way. Bar arm from any one of the starts we gave you. Back, pull the arm in. From here, to stop that body from scooting, as we just did, as he did as a counter, I'm going to stop his head, his body from sliding, by putting my foot over top of his head. As I do so, I could either keep the wing or let go of it. I prefer to let go. Doesn't really matter. From here, instead of continuing on over, the foot that you stepped over, scoops the head, pull it in, pull it in, pull it in, figure 4. Remember, keep that foot at the knee joint. It slides down to the calf, potentially dangerous or illegal, cost you a point, but more importantly, he gets a fresh start and is off his back. That's a no-no. Hook at the kneecap, take him on over, from here, hand out, so now I do not want him to roll, so I get limbs on my tree. And I arch up, and the shoulder blades will go down. A closer look at this in slow motion will reveal some of the technique necessary to make this work.
It's important to keep your head over his while securing the second wing. Drive him in a circular motion until you have him up on his right side. Then step around his head and sit through. Lift his hips skyward by bringing your right elbow tight to your side. Remember, one of the most important parts of pinning an individual, the key, is creating legal discomfort. When you decrease his will to win, the shoulder blades will go down. To get the figure 4, again, purchase both chicken wings, drive him to his side, step over his head, placing your foot on the mat and block his head from sliding. Scoop his head to you rather than driving at 1 or 2 o'clock and giving him the momentum necessary to roll you through successfully. Then position your body so that it's at a right angle to his and becomes the limbs on his tree. That severely limits him from being able to roll back to his stomach.
What is dinner without dessert? Let's throw in another wrinkle to turn the guy over the bar arms. This is just a little different. I think you'll enjoy this one. He won't. Chicken wing, down, driving forward. He's got his arm posted out here, he's got his leg posted, he's down on his side. He decides he's not going to let you turn him over. From here, we want to underhook the arm, elbow joint to elbow joint, pull it back. We have the wing on, elbow joint to elbow joint. Of course, we could continue to drive at 1 o'clock and take him on over. But to add a little fanciness to this, or the dessert, what we're going to do is slide our feet in front of his head. From here, I'm springing off my legs. I'm going to pull with this hand, pull in this direction, and thus, root, boom, and sit up. Again, pin. A closer look at this will examine the technique.
You need to make it appear that you are definitely driving him at 1 o'clock. He should then attempt to counter your force and return the pressure in a 7 o'clock direction. Praise him for that decision by executing the hold to the fall.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share with you some of my skills as a pinner. I'm sure that you'll be able to take this material and put it to good use. Remember, no matter the score or the amount of time left in the bout, when you have the ability to pin people, you're always close to victory. Take this tape, analyze it, study each component, look at the slow motions, make it work for you. Use that knowledge to your advantage. When you combine that with conditioning and the hunger to win, you will become the winner you know you can be.
Thank you for watching the first in a series of tapes that is devoted exclusively to pinning. I hope you have enjoyed this tape as much as I enjoyed doing it for the second time. And remember, keep it legal, keep it painful.
When you wrestle in a down position on the mat, there's a basic principle of pinning that you must understand in order to be able to turn this man over. If he was laying on his belly, okay, he has 2 arms, 2 legs, obviously, head pointing at 12, feet at 6 again, basics of the clock. All right, now, his left arm controls 9 to 12, his right arm 12 to 3, and his right foot from 3 to 6, left foot from 6 to 9. If I want to drive him anywhere between 9 and 12, I must eliminate the left arm. If I'm going between 12 and 3, eliminate the right arm. So they control the different directions. The job I want to do is drive him either in 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 5 or 7 o'clock direction in order to turn him over. To show you this principle a little more clearly, we're going to go into load-ups. This is a way of putting a guy onto his back. It's not a very good pinning combination, but a way of scoring a lot of back points has become quite popular in these last few years. Coming from referee's position, in this tree limb principle, what we want to do is chop the man down. We chop by controlling on riding opposite side, the right side here. I want to chop his right arm, and when I'm chopping a guy down, I want to break him forward. I want to take him at 1 o'clock. Chopping the right arm out. The right arm, as I said, controls 12 to 3. Chop right arm, go to 1, 2 o'clock, knock him down to a side. As I do, notice what I'm doing with my right knee. He's landing onto my knee. I want to load him up. He's going to land in my lap between my legs. I don't want to stick my leg out where he can get a hold of my foot here. I want to, my knee comes forward, but not my shoe, not my foot. He's onto my lap here. Okay, from here, I want to reach underneath, take a bottom one-on-one. One hand on his right wrist. From here, left hand goes to the hip. I'm pulling him to his side. Now, a principle we're going to do in all the load-ups from here. Let's deal with the legs from the waist down now. Okay, we want to always control the bottom leg, Okay, in power here, we want, if we have the top leg, Below the knee on the top leg is the weakest position. From the knee to the hip is the second best position. From the bottom leg, from the ankle to the knee, is the third best position, and the strongest position you got to get into is from the knee to the hip on the bottom leg. I want to control it with my shoelaces here. I need to have his hips up. That's why he lands on my leg here. So I have a gap under here between his knee and the mat, so I can slide my foot underneath here. So I have my shoelaces at his knee in the number 4 position, between the bottom knee and the hip. Number 4 position is the most important. Okay, I've reached down, I've got a one-on-one into the hip position. I'm pulling him back to his side. Right now he's fighting to keep his base down so he doesn't lose any points. In the load up, all we have to do now is elevate the leg. I pick my left leg up, having it in the number 4 position, and as I lift it up, he'll roll to his back. Notice the position of my bodies. If I would lay my legs straight and his legs straight, our bodies would form an X. Okay? So I have him up in the air, I have his hip here, I'm blocking his legs with my forearm, so if he decided to roll to me, I can hold him off. Back up again. Principle, chop, hip, leg in the number 4 position, underneath, pull him to his side. When you want him to go to his back, elevate the leg. I'm blocking his thigh here to keep him from rolling on through. The same principle hold true from a different type of chop. If we just chop and tight waist again, we can load him up with a chop and tight waist. Instead of going underneath to a near side one-on-one, just chopping the arm, holding the arm to the side. If we're trapping his right arm, we want to drive him at what time? Back up at 1 or 2 o'clock, because his right arm controls movement of his body to that direction. From here, again, chopping the arm, knees coming in, I'm chopping the knee as well as the arm, down to the side. From here, I'm getting my knee, not my foot, okay? I keep the arm trapped to his side. Once I have his arm trapped, he has no base to stop him from going out between 1 and 2 o'clock. I want to have a tight waist and chop. I have the arm chopped, tight waist, I'm doing the same thing. I want my bottom leg, my top leg, I'm sorry, on his bottom leg in the number 4 position. I elevate it, again, putting him on his shoulders. Notice again, my left elbow. It runs along his thigh here. When I'm pulling him up, sometimes a guy will try to roll on through. We stop that from happening by controlling the thigh and hanging on to the bottom arm here, hanging on to his chopped arm. Tight waist up and trap the arm and elevate his legs. One of the bases again of pinning. Again, we talked in tape 1 on pinning. Basics, either pick his head up, keep him from bridging, shoulders will go down, or we attack the other end, feet in the air, shoulders go down. In the load-up series, what we're doing is we're picking the legs up. It makes it quite difficult in order to bridge, in order to get off your back there. It's not a good pinning combination, but it's a way you can knock out a lot of points. Referees will give you those back points, you get back to your base and load them up again. So we have the regular chop to the bottom side one-on-one, we have the chop tight waist, we have 2 other forms of load-ups. The basic formula remains the same. We're chopping the arm in, we're controlling it. Okay, this side, in time, instead of a one-on-one, I'm going to go to a 2-on-1. Chop, down to the side. As I chop, I'm reaching in, grabbing the wrist, into a 2-on-1. 2 of my hands on 1 of his. From here, I'm pulling him tight to my chest, pulling the arms in, top leg in the number 4 position, down between his knee and his hip. The knee is probably the easiest place to put it. And when we want to go to the back points, he's trying to keep down to his belly. All I have to do is elevate the leg. As I elevate the leg, he'll come up to his side. Again, my left arm catches the thigh here, so he can't roll on through. I've got his feet elevated. He's laying on his back. Referee's counting. I'm in great shape. Okay, so we have from the bottom one-on-one, bottom 2-on-1, or just a chop and tight waist. Another way of turning him up with these load-up series is the far side one-on-one. We can do this, again, from a chop, or let's say we reach across, a different type of breakdown. If I reach across to the elbow, pull it in, I'm controlling his left arm. His left arm is responsible for, on the clock, between 9 and 12. So I drive between really 10 and 11. The direction this arm is in charge of keeping his body from going that direction. Okay, I don't want to drive at 9. If I drive at 9, his leg is responsible from 6 to 9. I can't get him over at 9. At 11, though, I could pick up and take him on down. But let's assume that he didn't go to his back and his belly there, but I still have his arm. Under, 2-on-1. Wrist, wrist. I get the same thing. Post, pulling down to a side. Last time I had a bottom 2-on-1, now I have a top 2-on-1. Okay, we're doing the same thing. Top leg into the number 4 position. Okay, elevating the leg. Now, because we have the top arm, and my left arm's out of position to get down and block the thigh, I don't need to because I have his left hand. If I keep his left hand here, he can't turn to me. Okay, so I don't have to block it anymore. Keep the leg elevated. Now my leg has slipped to the number 1 position, the weakest position. It's still good, but it's not as good as the bottom leg in the number 4 position. Gets both legs elevated. One of the basis of principles of pinning. You elevate both legs, shoulders go down. Now let's look at this again in slow motion. In review, we chop them at either 11 or 1, depending upon the side we ride to. We want to get our knee underneath him. We want him to lay on our lap. We want to have our top leg in the number 4 position. That's on his bottom leg at the knee for elevation. And we want to control his hips. Okay? In slow motion, from different type breakdowns, it'll look kind of like this.
Chop your man down at 1 o'clock, keeping your height above his. Purchase his right arm, 1-on-1. Slide your right knee, most importantly, under his hip. That allows you to put your left leg in the 4 o'clock or number 4 position. Elevate it up, controlling the bottom arm and getting back points. A different variation from the referee's position. Again, chop tight waist. Notice how I got the tight waist in there. My right knee again under his hip. My left foot in the number 4 position. I elevate him up with the chop, controlling the chop arm. Notice my left arm, my left elbow, controlling his hips. That stops him from being able to roll to his left across my chest and possibly out for the escape. A different type of breakdown. I reach across to the far elbow, drive my opponent down at 11 o'clock. Shifting his weight forward, I reach under to take a 2-on-1. Notice my right knee now will go underneath his hip. I pull him onto my lap. That allows me time to control him and to get my left foot in the number 4 position. I then lean back, elevating the leg, keeping my 2-on-1, our 2 bodies forming a T, or right angle to each other, and secure back points. On this last variation of load-ups, I will take a tight waist and chop him down at 1 o'clock. I will get a near side 1-on-1, my right hand controlling his right wrist. I will go back into the crotch. He will gain some height. That height is necessary for me to take my right leg, stick it underneath his hip, and load him onto my lap. My right leg's going in now. I pull him onto my lap. My left leg goes in the number 4 position. I pull him back, elevate him. Notice my left arm, how it controls his hip.
In a continuation of the 1-on-1 series, we have what is known as an Olympic bar. Here we'll start this time from the man on the flat position. We reach underneath the arm, we trap the wrist. Again, all 5 fingers come over top. If you can't pull the arm to you, drive the man over. In this case, I was able to pull the arm underneath him. Once the arm's underneath, he realizes he's in trouble. He'll do anything possible to keep his hand underneath his body. As I said previously, reach underneath, hand forms a rake. You rake the fingers out. I come to a right angle, he's carrying my weight, I pull the arm out to the side. From here, I want to come up in front of the head. I want to turn him toward 10 o'clock or 11. I must turn his head so it points toward me. I do that by using my knee to come over top. I slide down past the side of his face, which makes him turn his head to the other side. From there, I come straight forward. I key in this point from this location. If you do not pull this arm directly to you, he will sit up. He will do a post-up, and you're in trouble. The most natural thing here is to take the man over at 9 o'clock, to take the arm at 9. No. Pull the arm directly at midnight, 12 o'clock. Pull it to you. Arm to you here, thread the needle through, my hand goes back to my ankle. High leg back. From here, we can either come underneath the head, take him on over, or, as the beginning of the tape so showed, reach in, chin, half Nelson, create discomfort. Twist, pick.
Or a head wrap half Nelson.
Discomfort now, then slowly lower him down. Pick the elbow up, leg in front of the head. Again, in slow motion, it'll look like this.
I want to reach out, secure his right arm, pull it back underneath his body. I'm working my way out to an angle, and then in front of him, post his head, keeping the weight over his shoulders. I do this by pulling his arm, most importantly, at 12 o'clock, straight toward my chest. Lace my left arm through. Notice it almost goes to my ankle. I high leg back, sag down, secure the chin, twist the head, pick it up off the mat, drive him on over, and secure the fall.
From this near side one-on-one, another way of turning your opponent over, if you don't feel comfortable coming out in front of his head and turning him over that Olympic bar, going deep sea fishing, we have the near side one-on-one, a different variety. In the bottom position, when we have the one-on-one, is flat, whether we got him, chopped him down, or got into this one-on-one situation. We're keeping our weight up on his shoulders, between his shoulder blades here and my shoulder, getting weight off my knees, making him carry, slows him down. All right, from here, if I don't want to come out in front of the head, I want to reach underneath his body, use my finger as a rake, and rake his fingers out off his belly. Raking the fingers off. You'll be hanging onto his stomach, rake them off. Once I have the head to the outside, then I take the arm, if I don't want to come out in front of the head, I get down to the opposite hip, down across the opposite hip. Notice how that picks up his right shoulder, just a small amount. Here, picking up the right shoulder by going to the opposite hip. You don't want to come up with the arm. This is when the referee gets upset, past a 45, potentially dangerous, or 1 point for illegal. Below, down at the opposite hip, that raises the shoulder up. From here, keep the grip, sag down, underneath. Okay, I'm across his throat here, technically illegal, but I have no intention of choking him. What I want to do now is lift my elbow. Once I come across to his shoulder, I lift my elbow, and you can see here that I'm not across his throat, his mouth, or nose. I'm lifting the head straight back, have the hand at the hip, up, and over to his side. Okay, from here, I probably want to just turn it into a regular half Nelson. Okay, elbow deep, elbow goes to the mat behind his head. So I'm sinking it in deep, elbow on the mat behind his head. Arm comes around, chin, twist, pick, creating discomfort now. Slowly take my time, enjoy it. Settle him down to the mat. Put my leg out in front of his head to keep him scooting and securing the fall. In slow motion, this will look a little bit like this.
Standard chop, tight waist, break him to his side. Reach inside, near side one-on-one, come out to a right angle, forming a T with our two bodies. Your left hand should reach under, raking his fingers off his stomach, pull the arm out, take it across to the opposite buttocks cheek. From there, sag down and back, underneath the face, onto the shoulder, prying the head up and over, controlling the bottom elbow, come out to an angle, slip in our half Nelson, purchase the chin, rotate the head 90 degrees, pick the head up off the mat, drive him on down to his back, again securing the fall and creating discomfort.
Now, another way of turning them over using the same thing, if you're not comfortable with that, is turning it to bar arms. You may have an offense that is centered around chicken wings or bar arms. You can use the same near side one-on-one to turn it into your chicken wings or bar arms. Chop down to the side, reach under. We have our one-on-one. He's hanging onto his stomach. In here, we reach underneath. Again, rake the arms out, take it across his body. Once I take it across his body, he knows if his head is pointing at 12, I'm going to start driving him over probably at 10 o'clock. So he's going to get a base out there to keep that from happening. I reach back, I turn this into a chicken wing. Okay, as I do, I jump to the opposite side. I let my fingers do the walking out to a far side one-on-one, or so he thinks far side one-on-one, out to here. Reaching out here once my arm is elbow deep, then I come across to the head. I have my chicken wing, half Nelson, right angle. Again, which way should I drive? What am I controlling? Controlling his right arm. If his head was at 12 o'clock, it's now between 10 and 11. If it was pointing at 12, I'd want to drive up at 1 o'clock. If I drove over at 3, okay, his right arm, granted, is responsible for 3 o'clock, but so is his right leg. I won't be able to get him over. So I want to drive him up at 1 o'clock, up to a side. From here, sink my elbow deep. Again, half Nelson, elbow on the mat. Hand slides around, purchase the chin, twist, pick, creating discomfort now. Then slowly pick the head up and take your time coming over. The chicken wing slipped off. Fine, it's not necessary for you to secure the fall. If you hang on to it, it may run up his back a little bit and the referee get upset, okay, at a potentially dangerous situation and call it, okay, and let him off his back. So we want to twist, pick, head out in front of the head to keep him from scooting, and take your time. It's important to take your time. In slow motion, let's take another look at it.
Again, chop, tight waist, down to the side, near side one-on-one, come out to the angle, the right angle, clear the arm out, take it across to the opposite cheek of his buttocks, keeping the weight on his head and shoulders. As we go back, parallel, straddle his body, which allows us to slip in the chicken wing. As the wing comes in, I jump across to the opposite side. Notice my fingers do the walking. I slide my arm in as deep as it can go, then come up to the half Nelson, and only then. Drive him up at 1 o'clock, drop down, important here, sink to my elbow. Boom, elbow to the mat, reach back underneath, secure the chin, rotate the head 90 degrees to the side, continue to drive him on over, pick his head up off the mat.
All right, something new and exciting from a near side one-on-one. It's called a reverse ball and chain. Not a ball and chain, but a reverse ball and chain. Had a little fun with this, made it up, named it, see if you enjoy it. Okay, we're gonna do this near side one-on-one, pull it in. As I turn, look how I'm doing, getting my weight off the mat here, buttocks not touching. He's carrying all my weight here. If he lets me have my arm, his arm, great. If he doesn't, he'll keep it under there. Again, as I mentioned earlier, you take your fingers like a rake, like you're raking leaves, and you reach under there because they're gonna be hanging on their hand, onto their tummy here. You take their fingers and you rake the fingers off the stomach. He doesn't want this arm to come out, so you reach under and you rake the fingers off. As soon as you get the hand out, we take it across to the opposite pocket. His right hand, he's going to reach back, and he's going to try to put his hand in his left pocket, left rear pocket, from here to here. Now what I'm doing with the hand in the left rear pocket is I'm driving my body this way, into him. See how that's turning his body and pulling his arm down, lifting this near shoulder? So the idea when I'm here is to hold the hand here in the opposite pocket and start driving that way, pulling the arm that way. Okay, as I'm doing that, you get him to a side. Once you have him to the side, what you're gonna do, I keep my weight on him though. Once I have him down here, is I'm gonna reach in from the front, through, and lock on the wrist. Ball and chain is this way. His hand's between his legs, I'm reaching over the top. It's the reverse ball and chain. His hand's on the back instead of underneath, and I come under and grab his wrist. Once I have his wrist, he's going to his back whether he likes it or not. It's very easy at this point to come up, head out, and turn him over. But go to your belly. Okay, go to your belly. Don't go over. One arm, I can turn him over without even putting half Nelson on. So it's not a matter of power. You're at a mechanical disadvantage. One more time. We have the near side one-on-one from a different angle. Good. Here, turn, he hangs onto his stomach with this. I reach under, peel his fingers, rip them off. rip him out of there. As soon as I get it out, go straight down to the opposite hip, putting his hand into his pocket here. Once I get there, I'm driving that direction. That lifts his shoulder up here, gets him in this position so there's a gap here between the mat and his leg, so I can get my hand in there. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Here, reach under, pull the hand over, grab your wrist, half Nelson, up and down. Okay, chin twist pick, or wrap it around and have your head wrap half. Okay, there you have it. Hey, ball and reverse ball and chain.
There are different times during a match when you're in desperate need of 2 back points. When a guy's going to keep his elbows in, his head up, okay? He's not going to let you have chicken wings, cradles. He's going to keep his legs together so you don't throw legs on. How you turn him over? Good question. Or other times during a match, I have a series that I want to show you now, share with you, that I think you'll enjoy. It's called the Clemson Roll. We kind of devised it here at the university, and we like to use it during matches, and it has racked up quite a few back points for us. We go from the referee's position, regular side, just a regular chop, chopping the arm in, controlling the wrist. Once we have the wrist here, we like to think that we're going to get 2 points. Chop across, get the wrist. Have you ever been in a situation like this in a match? A lot of high school kids and junior high school kids have, as well as college wrestlers. Chop, grab the wrist. Now what we're going to do, have any of you ever rolled through on a whizzer? Okay, it's the same principle. If you haven't, just pay attention to what we're doing here. My free hand goes behind the near knee. I just lay it behind the near knee. Doesn't have to do anything, just lay it there. As I do so, my head comes up into the groin, down to my mat here, high leg over. Okay, so my bodies right now are forming a T with this. I pull on this hand, which pulls him on over to his back, and now like the load up, I'm catching the number 4 leg, the number 4 position, at the knee joint to the hip, somewhere in here with my shoelaces, and my bodies again, like our load ups, are forming a T, an X. Okay, from here, I reach over, I take a 2-1-1. All 5 fingers, I don't want to grab like a lobster, monkey hook, into the armpit, or into the elbow joint here, pull my elbow down, keeping the feet elevated. It's not a pinning combination where you're going to get a lot of falls, like the load ups, but it's quite frustrating, and it'll hold a man here for count of 5 and 3 back points. Okay, again in slow motion.
Referee's position chop, secure the wrist, head in the groin, our body's forming a right angle now, pulling through. To catch him, use your left foot in the number 4 position, keeping his legs elevated. Reach between his legs, 2-1-1.
What happens if you don't get a right angle? When you do your high leg over, if your body doesn't get a right angle, what'll happen is he'll roll on through and he'll come right back up to his base. If this happens to you, when you roll on through and he comes back to his base, it's because you didn't form a right angle with your body, kind of like this. Now you may come up and you'll be on the opposite side of what you started. I didn't form a right angle in my body and enabled him to roll through, to use my momentum against me, to get him back to his base. But I'm now on the opposite side. I did start on the left side. I'm now on the right side, still have my one-on-one. Okay, back to the middle. If this happens to you, you're not in bad shape. You say, gee whiz, I didn't form a right angle, let's form one this time. Michael started here by the floor a lot closer so we can stay in the area here. Once I chop, go back, try to roll through. I get through here and he comes back up, okay? And I end up here where he's back to his base, okay? And I'm on the opposite side. Now I'm already at a right angle. My body's at a right angle to him. I'm looking across. Spinal column this way, looking across. Now all I do is dive over top of him. Again, my head comes up into the groin area. I dive underneath here, and I pull him over. Now I've already formed my right angle. If the first one doesn't work, come right back up, dive on over. You'll end up in the finished Clemson roll series again. Again, 2-on-1. At the elbow, all 5 fingers dip in, elbow down, keep the foot elevated. If he gets off his back, it's only because you let the leg down. You got lazy. Your left leg got lazy. If he gets back to his base here, you want to turn him back over. I'm not going to pull my arms at all. Just by elevating the leg, it turns him back to his back. All I have to do is elevate the leg, return him back to his back. So, in our Clemson roll, we chop, purchase the wrist. When we have the wrist, go behind the near knee, head up into the groin. If you get your nose smashed when you're doing this, He lands on your face, it's because your face isn't up into his groin. You're not going into him. Right up inside, behind the near knee, form a right angle, roll him on through. I'm pulling on that chop arm. Now, if he rolls on through, and I didn't do a good job creating a right angle, the second time is guaranteed. I'm already at a right angle, I'm on the opposite side. Now let's look at what happens if I have him on his back, and I've got my 2 back points, and I want to hold him there for possibility of getting 3. He sometimes will peel my hands free. In order for him to get off his back, he's got to free his left arm, in this case. So I have a chop, I have my Clemson roll down, rolling on through. Now from here, he's reaching down, trying to free his hand. And the one he instinctively goes to is always my right hand if I'm riding normal side. Okay? Once he grabs and peels that free, I want to slide from the forearm here down to the wrist. Okay? Come right back to the side here. Now, once I have a side, I have his arm. I pull my bottom arm out, I reach over top, and I take what is known as a Jones. In, back hook, palm faces up, my elbow goes in the small of his back. Okay, from here, all I'm doing, stepping over the leg now, holding the leg still, and pulling the arm back. Okay, this will also put him on his back. We want to go to the elbow, to the small of the back, here, and pull him back into a load-up position. If I don't feel comfortable here on the load-up position, when I have him here, I can just suck him back. From here, I pull my legs out from underneath me, I'm pulling on the arm, I want to turn his body past the right angle, the 90-degree angle. Once I get his shoulder tipped down just a little bit, I'm going to cover with my chest. Jerk him to here, cover with my chest, and now I'm at right angle. I'm weights off my legs. He's carrying my weight, chest on chest. I'm trying to create discomfort. Again, not a very good pinning combination, but I can hold him here for 3 and slowly adjust into a reverse half, or if he's foolish enough to turn to me, I can go over and get a deep half, chin, twist, pick, and create discomfort and the fall. Okay, slow motion looks a little bit like this.
Chop, secure the wrist, head again in the groin, left arm behind his near leg, roll through, catch his leg in the number 4 position, hold him there for back points. He'll counter by coming down, peeling your hand off his arm. When it does, let him back to his side, regain your height level, getting higher, reach out between his body and his elbow, make a muscle, your elbow goes in the small of his back, you come out to a right angle, your chest covers his near shoulder, and securing back points.
Before we go any further, let's talk a little bit more about pinning. The object of wrestling, whether it be a takedown, whether it be half Nelsons, cradles, reversals, escapes, is to master a few things. Don't be a jack of all trades. Get down 1 good setup for a takedown, maybe 2 setups, a nice single leg, double leg, high crotch. Same thing holds true when you're pinning a guy. If you ride all the time with a chop tight waist, get into a situation where we can pin a guy from the chop tight waist. We don't want to let go of the chop tight waist to go into bar arms or cradles. Do the things that you do naturally, that you like to do, and learn and build from those moves. If you like to ride ankles, when a guy reaches back, we can go into maybe say far cradle series from riding ankles. Pick up a few things, drill them, understand them, be comfortable in them. All right? Don't take this tape, say I'm going to learn Grammy rolls, bar arms, half Nelsons, or legs, cradles. You don't have to. They all do the same thing. They pin your opponent. They put him on his back. Learn one thing, be a master. Don't be a jack of all trades. Now, from here, let's look at a way of flattening guy down the mat. If you like to ride with a chop tight waist, if you do that from the referee's position, here's something I think might work just for you. All right, from the referee's position, we're chopping the arm down to his side. Or, once we have him down to his side here, what I want to do is control the near side wrist. Okay, when I have him down to his side, I want to slide my hand down and get a hold of his wrist. With the wrist here, okay, if he decides to start coming back up, I have the head and the armpit to hold him down. He's on his side, he's turning to his side, which is something that happens naturally for him when I have the wrist. The other hand, the tight waist hand, slips in nice and deep. I want to go shoulder deep. From here, I shoulder deep, the hand comes around the waist. So you can see the hand on this side. From here, I'm pulling this arm that was out here, down along his side. I cut my hand at his elbow and above. wrist, elbow and above from here. And now what I want to do is straighten my right arm. I put my knee behind his buttocks here, straighten my right arm. This is called a pipe wrench, and it turns him over to his back. From here, I want to maintain height, staying higher than him. I don't want to lay my belly on the mat. Back again, we can go from the referee's position, and we go with the head in the armpit right away to pulling the arm down. From referee's position, hand slides down to the wrist, head in the armpit, pulling it out. Since I'm pulling his left arm out, which way do I want to knock him down? His left arm is responsible to stop his body from falling in what direction? Correct, between 9 and 12. So I want to pull him up between 10 and 11 o'clock. Here at wrist, head in the armpit, I pulled the arm up on the hip here, pulling down to the side. From here, up in the air, carrying my weight on his arm, I go deep as I can on my tight waist, so my hand comes through so I can visually see it. From here, I pull the arm quickly, boom, down along his side, over top at the elbow or above, knee at the butt, turn him over, and up on his back. Okay, a way of getting back points. In slow motion, let's analyze this.
Let's get down to a chop. Head in the armpit, hand slides to the near wrist. We break him down at 11 o'clock. Once we do so, my right arm, the tight waist arm, goes in as deep as possible. I pull his arm back. My fingers go over top of his elbow, at his elbow, or above his elbow. My right knee secures his buttocks from sliding, and I jack him up to his shoulders.
One of the last things I want to show you this afternoon is a front headlock, a way of putting a guy on his back when you're on your knees, when he either has shot on you and you've countered his single leg or double leg attack, or from the referee's position, say you're down by 3, 4, 5 points going into the last period, there's 20 seconds to go, you've had a minute and a half to turn him, and you haven't had success. What are you going to do? You're going to spend another 20 seconds trying to turn him when you haven't turned him for a minute and a half, or are you going to try something different? I'd go the different route. See a different way of putting him on his back. Go for the gusto. Do everything you can to put him on his back. Don't let up on any possibility. A different way of putting him on his back, a front headlock. He's not expecting that. He's looking to counter a half Nelson, a cradle, bar arms, legs slipping in here. A way of what we want to do now is slip out to the front and see if he'll bite for the hold. From referee's position, when we're wrestling, we'll try to turn him over frustration. We can spin right on out front. Once we spin on out front, what I want to do is I want his head to come up. In order for him to bring his head up, what we're going to do for every action, opposite or equal reaction, I'm going to pop his head down. He's been told by his coach, keep your head up. If I push his head down, he's going to say, I want my head up. So we come out here, and of course you can see the position I'm in from countering a single or double leg attempt, same type of thing, or we can spin off from the referee's position, a different way of getting here. From here, on the arm, on the head, pop the head down. From here, as he brings his head up, all I want to do is get his forehead high enough so the tip of my shoulder is on his forehead. That's all I need. Now from here, what I want to do is drive straight into him using my legs. Both my legs are going to spring him right back onto his hips here in an upright position. Okay, what I want to do is pretend that my arm is a knife, and I want to cut alongside of his neck here with my arm. From here, I'm going to pull his head down as he brings his head up. I'm going to drive forward. My arm's going to straighten. I'm going to cut him alongside of his neck here. I'm turning my back to him here. I'm driving off my legs are extended. All right, now, one thing that's very hard for young athletes to do when they're learning the headlock is to keep this arm from wrapping around the head. They think a headlock, I must lock my hands around his head. Don't. Keep this arm straight. This arm straight. Pull on this arm. This is your headlock arm. This is what makes the headlock work. Pulling on this arm, keeping my right hand straight. Why I keep my arm straight? So I don't get re-rolled. How many times have you been here trying to pin him and get rolled on through and lose back points? We keep a limb on a tree. If I have my limb out there, he can't roll that way. Once the momentum has died down, then I can slip around his head, lock in on the leg, and go for the fall. Again, from referee's position here, pop the head down as he brings it up, pull, pull. This is the arm that takes him over. Straighten my arm, slide the whole way into my chest, in the side here, pulling on the arm, arms out as a brace, so you don't get re-rolled. You can settle here into the headlock, or reverse half. If you reverse half, pull the bottom shoulder elbow up to you. Get your weight off your knees, chest on chest. Another way of securing the fall. As I said earlier, we can do that when we're countering a single or double leg attack, sprawling, toss the head back up. All you have to do is get your tip of your shoulder underneath his forehead. Once it's there, you drive him forward, keeping your arms straight. And again, I can't emphasize enough, the key to taking him over in the front headlock, in my case, the way I did it, is my left hand. Pulling on his arm. The more you pull his arm forward, the more you extend him, get him out of a ball situation. When he's in a ball, he's in a power position. You extend him forward, lengthen him out, and he'll go on over. Pulling on the arm is the key to our headlock situation. So, a different way of getting into it, as I said, spinning from the referee's position out front. I think that's another way of putting a guy on his back that you haven't thought about.
Sometimes you get into a takedown situation where you're on top, but he has stepped over your leg. So you're in this position with the leg trapped on the inside, but you're on the upside. Now, the first thing you're going to do from here, in order to try to maintain control, is you don't want him to get into a ball. If he starts balling back up into me here, then I start falling backwards. I've got to stay underneath his arms and push him forward a little bit. I want to push him forward, get him elongated. That allows me to get my foot out or go into this roll through. Reverse headlock. Now, your traditional reverse headlock, underneath, lock your hands. Now from here, what we're going to do, and I think I mentioned on the tape, is to pick him up. We want to go from here up. You've got to get him up. If you just dive underneath him, sometimes you'll get it, sometimes you won't. You want to elevate him first. But to guarantee that you're going to get it, let me forget all the other stuff I showed you so far, and whatever you've been taught by anybody else, here's the one for you. Here's what's going to turn the guy over. What we're going to do is we're going to do a cross face from here. I'm pushing his arm across here, and I'm coming across this way. So I end up with a cross face. Once I have the cross face, I'm going to reach under and lock on my wrist. Put your up a little bit. Push, cross face, little finger on the elbow, down on the arm, not up on the shoulder, down here in the arm, underneath, lock on your own wrist. I don't care what period it is, I don't care how much he's sweating or how slippery you are. He's going over with this. Whether you drop underneath him, whether you pick him up, I don't care. He's going over. This is tight. Okay, cross face, reach in, lock, wrist here, pull him up to you. I like to still pull him up, pull him, and then we're rolling here. From here, I got it tight. Now, as soon as he lands, forget what I'm doing here, look down here. As soon as I land, I have the leg hooked, I pick the leg up, and I get into a sitting position where I put my foot on my own leg here. Now, that holds this leg up in the air. I'm not using any power with my leg whatsoever, and all his weight is resting on my bone, the bottom part of my leg, holding this up here. I can hold his leg here for 3 years, and it puts no stress on my muscle system. Okay, and his leg's in the air, and I'll just hold him on his back. Now, let's go back up to this end, cross face, here on the wrist, and you crank that in, you're going to start cutting him off here pretty good and get his attention. But this gets really tight, and there's no getting off your back from here. So, you push the arm across, little finger on your elbow, on your cross face, back under the arm, and lock on your wrist. And that gets tight. I don't care how slick you are, how slippery you are, you're going over. When you hit your foot here, you bring this leg up and catch it on that one. Okay, there you have that. Reverse headlock with a little twist, and that little twist is a cross-face cradle. A cross-face lock. All right, now, if the guy gets in the flat position when you have either a regular reverse head, legs caught in here, and he's down, and I'm under here, and I lock my hands. Now, even if I have my hands locked normally here as opposed to the cross-face, okay, what I want to do is I want to push into him, just get into a side for a second. Just a little bit to a side. Now from here, what I'm doing is I'm going to grab his hair here. You can't grab his hair and match, but you'll see the idea. I want his head to come straight up like this. I want his head to come straight up, and I want his ear to be on his shoulder. So from here, I'm picking the head up this way. You might be able to see the facial expression. Okay, that's what takes the guy over. From here, up. You're not squeezing, you're picking the head up. Now from here, you highlight back over, and you got him on his back. But the idea is not cross-facing him here. From here, it's up with the head, that way. Okay, you're not trying to take it across, take it straight up, put his ear on his shoulder, and you will get his attention. Now I'm doing that again with the bone here, thumb up. That's what gets his attention, straight up. Then you can drive him on over his back. Okay, so we have it flattened out with a reverse headlock, or when he's on his hands and knees, we push it across and go into a cross face and roll on through. There you have it.
When you're desperate, when you need to turn a guy over, exhaust every possibility. Don't leave the mat a 2-to-1 loser. If you're going to lose 2-to-1, it might as well be 4-to-1 or 6-to-1. It makes no difference in the team scoring, but at least you went down swinging. The important thing is go down swinging. Use all the energy you have in your gas tank. Use all the knowledge and all the skill that you have that's left in your body during the 6-minute match. Make your opponent walk off the mat if he's the winner, knowing that he was in a scrap. Use all of your technique, use all of your knowledge, and use all of your gas, and get after it. I'd like to spend the remainder of our time today on what I call situation pinning. Finding yourself in unusual situations might often be the rule rather than the exception. Perhaps you have found yourself in some of these situations at one time or another without knowing how to capitalize on it. Here are some of the most unique situations I noticed as a coach and coaches have asked about. Have you ever been in a finished Granby roll product where you have him on his back, you're getting back points of course, but you have yet to put his shoulders down? How do you do so? First thing we want to do, get off our butt. Raise our hips into the air, take our free hand, the left one, purchase your wrist with the right, let go, come underneath the head, and pick that head up. That puts your shoulders down. From here, hips up, underneath, or lock, over top, go to our headlock series. From our headlock series, another way of holding him on his back, when we have headlocks, we have problems. Sometimes individuals get rolled through from here. What we must do, keep our bodies at right angles to our opponent, keeping our legs away, get our hips off the mat, puts more weight onto his chest, slows his breathing, decreases his will to win. At the same time, pick his head up, hips go down and up. What you don't want to do is if this far shoulder is up, to drive in using your legs to try to put it down. What happens is you get re-rolled. Over you go. Hips down, away, and up with our headlock. A way of tightening up the headlock and securing the fall. A second way, sometimes in a headlock situation, your opponent will put his hand on your chin and push your head away. From here, your free hand forks at the elbow, arm comes across his face. From here, your shoulder goes down at his elbow. Lock your hands, tell him to take his last breath, and squeeze tight. Shoulders will go down. These are two different ways of improving your headlock. Remember, keep your legs, most importantly, away from your opponents. If he ever has an opportunity to hook his leg in with a cross body, do not try to pin him. Be happy with back points. You try to pin him from here, you're going to lose a reversal. He will reverse the situation with the leg and he'll roll you through. And if you're going to pin him, the leg must be free. You're at right angles, hips down, away, and up. Two things in a crossbody ride that I find a lot of youngsters have trouble with. When we have the legs in, we get down to pick up the arm to go to the crossbody. As we do so, he hangs onto his arm. It's tough getting that arm out. How do you do it? Simple. Slide that arm back halfway out. Your hand's still in there, but you slid it out where your elbow now goes into the middle of his back. So when you make a muscle now, he's more than willing to let you have that arm. As a matter of fact, he'll ask you if you would please take it. Arm comes out, make a muscle. That arm comes free, and we can take it and take him on over. The second point we have a problem with in wrestling, the crossbody, is after we take him over. When we take him over, in order to pin him, as you know, most shoulder blades must go to the mat. As long as I can visually see that near shoulder, most good kids you will not pin, as long as you can see that near shoulder. What you must do is slide forward so that your armpit covers that shoulder. Push yourself forward. Once that is covered, the pin will be secured. If that shoulder is not covered, even if he wanted to pin himself, he cannot put those shoulders down. You must help him by sliding forward, covering the shoulder. You no longer can visually see it. Then pull in the headlock. Shoulder blades will get down. In this situation in our Navy ride, various methods of putting our opponent on his back are, with the Navy ride, we want to control opposite leg, opposite hand. Right leg, left hand. From here we have a choice of two. we can reach with the Navy right arm, come down, grab his left wrist, controlling opposites, roll him on back into a load-up type position onto his back. Can't pin very many people from here, but you can sure rack up a lot of back points. Same type of situation with our Navy, controlling the same arm, same leg. If you can't grab with your left hand, if he pulls it back, come in with the opposite hand. So now my right arm has purchased his left, doing the same thing. Leaning back, controlling him onto his back. With the opposite arm and opposite leg, he can't roll to me or away from me. That's a control situation and get 2 or 3 back points. Other situations that are common to give young athletes problems is a back bridge. When you have a guy on his back, it is a bridging situation. First of all, it's a little on the dangerous side for you from the standpoint he's able to slide on his head toward the out of bounds. One thing, we've got to get him off his bridge. Secondly, keep him in bounds. Both are achieved by doing this. With our half Nelson situation, holding him here on a bridge, we want to go into a locked half Nelson. The regular half, my left hand comes around, underneath, locks at the back of his head. As I do so, I move my legs out in front of his head, put my right ear down alongside of his chest, shoulder into sternum, pressure down, pull the head up, get off my knees, carry his weight, create discomfort, and hopefully secure the fall. Whizzer situations are types of moves that we get into often during a bout, 8, 9 times during a bout. We must know what to do from this situation. With the whizzer, the most important thing, first of all, is neutralizing the power that he has with the whizzer. And we do this by sticking our right knee in front of his knee, near knee. Once I get my leg in front, I've neutralized the power of the whizzer. And I want to turn the corner a little bit at a right angle. If I can come up, stick my knee in front, and kick his leg back a little bit, even stronger. Throw back. Really neutralize the power. From here, we start looking for pinning situations. As we talked about earlier, we can pull him to us, come on over to the chin, half Nelson. Another situation from here, if he keeps his head up and we don't want to do this particular one, we can reach across, go to the far elbow. Little finger on the elbow, pulling in a circular motion, again, onto his back. From here, we're not able to control the head or the leg, so we want to go to the other principle of pinning. That's controlling the bottom arm. In this case, his left arm, pull the left arm up, keeping chest on chest, should put the shoulders down. If he was up on the other side, bottom arm becomes the right. Pick that up, take it on down for the fall. Other situations with the whizzer, put knees in front, neutralize the power. We now have gone to the elbow, up to the head. We can also go to a bear hug. The bear hug situation, our hand has to be placed like this. We want to have our thumb pointing toward myself. Thumb pointing toward myself. A little teaching key that's important. Not hand flat or the back of the hand. Thumb to you. This has the bone. It's called a bone-on-bone type situation. From here, go up, regular forearm curl. Don't lock your hands like this because it's an opposite curl. Regular curl, forearm curl. Lock our hands from here. Again, pull in a circular motion. From here, I can stay with the bear hug, take him on over, or let go, come on over top of the head, purchase the chin, twist, pick.
Or a head wrap half Nelson.
Create the discomfort now, then slowly set him on down to his shoulders. The last situation I'd like to show you from a whizzer situation is a roll through. A various type of roll through, a different roll through than most of you have been taught so far. My free hand, my left one, I believe this is the best roll you can do from here, if you are going to roll through on the whizzer. If he's giving you a lot of problems on pressure of the whizzer down and you're unable to get your leg in front of his, or if you stick your leg in front of his and he counters by putting his leg back in front of yours, he has now developed the pressure back. What we want to do is roll through from here. What we do, take our left hand, goes behind the near knee. Don't have to do anything with it, just put it behind the near knee. Head goes up into the groin area. From here, a high leg over, go to a right angle, pull on the hip. From here, pull, and we come up in our finished roll. From here, if we can keep this hand trapped to a side, by pulling myself into him, with this hand pulling in, I can hold him here for 2 back, or 3. I doubt if you get the fall, but you score back points. Another situation that's common, more on the junior and senior high levels than on the college level, okay, is when you're riding an individual, and he reaches back and grabs your leg, pulls it in. Sometimes from here he's going for a reverse cradle. Okay? As soon as they purchase a leg, if you feel uncomfortable here, we want to lean back off of him. Get your weight off of the top of him, lean back, traps his arm, he's unable to pull it out now. We push the back of the head down, go into a half Nelson situation. My back leg kicks him in the butt, pushes him up on his shoulders. Head down, half Nelson, straighten my left arm, the half Nelson arm, and stacking. Key point here, don't go off this right hand. Don't go to your elbow, don't go down to your side. You lose the pressure you have into him. You want to jack him up on his shoulders, remaining high. Okay, from a switch situation, sometimes during a bout, you'll have your opponent doing a switch from the referee's position or anytime during a bout. When a young man's doing a switch, we have two things I'd like to show you. One is a limp arm to a step over. From here, as he starts to switch, we take our hand, point palm up to the sky, turn my palm up, look away. As I'm looking away, I'm limping my arm out. As I do, and I come back, leg steps over, I come back, purchase the chin, we're back to the half Nelson series again. On down, rotate the head, pick it up, and we're in a pinning situation. From the switch, limp, step over. The last one's a little more of a clinic move, a little unorthodox, a lot of fun, I think you'll like it. From the switch, this is when you're in a switch situation and he's leaned back, he has a lot of pressure on your shoulder, you feel that he is going to get the reversal. So at this point, you'd be glad to give him 1 point if you could, or attempt to stop this move. But once you're pretty well beat and there's a lot of pressure on his shoulder, reach up with your free hand, purchase his wrist. You hold his arm, I turn my head away, I do a short forward roll. I don't want to go out toward the 12. I want to try to stay where I'm located. Forward roll. As I do, I come on up in a finish pinning situation. Reverse half, headlock, regular half. When I'm in a situation where I'm riding my opponent, I've broken him down to his side, I'm riding an ankle. If he's worth his salt as an athlete, he's going to come back and try to clear the ankle. In order for him to get out of that situation, he's got to get my hand off the ankle. From here, as they reach back, we want to come in with the underhook arm, the one we come with a one-on-one, let go behind his body, hook the arm. At this point, I'm raising up, maintaining height, pull the arm through, the hand that was on the ankle comes across the chest, part of his body, and I'm pulling him back into a pancake situation where I have him now right angles, chest on chest, weight on top of him. From here, I'm not controlling head or legs, so we go back to the bottom arm concept. Right here, the left shoulder's up, I pull in the right arm, and the shoulder will go down. Another situation that's common to wrestling occurs out of takedowns or doing mat wrestling when you are in control. You're riding an individual, and he steps over and hooks in on the leg. If it's on a takedown situation, most times the official will not give you points until you free the leg. Or if it's in just a reversal situation, it's tough to turn him over. What do we do from here? Now, I like to do a side roll, side headlock from here. I want to go underneath the near arm, bump it forward, similar to what we do on a spiral ride. As we do so, we want to come over the head, lock our hands. Lock our hands at the head, and I'm elevating him up. As I elevate him up, my outside knee comes underneath him, and I'm rolling on through. Boom. From here, in order to tighten this up, we take our hands, slide up to the elbow, bend the head back, arm back, to the top of the head, and push his head away. This creates the discomfort we were talking about and puts the shoulder blades down. From here, if this leg would unhook, from here, I want to plant, hip heights, right angle, chest on chest, and continue with the same lock. The last thing I'd like to show you today is when a young man, a situation that happens often during a bout, when you're in a single leg, you've done a real good job sprawling, he's hanging on trying to save the takedown. He has head on the outside single, he's flattened out, I'm trying to get behind. Until I get these hands unlocked, the referee will not give me the takedown. From here, a good man, it's really tough to get those hands unlocked. What we want to do here is just go to a pinning combination, into a cradle. When you're fighting here, instead of going back fighting the hands or going to a cross face, let him have the leg that he's after. Give him the leg in. Take the leg back, give it to him, step over the near leg, split the legs. From here, I'm going to scoop this leg back, scoop it back. Now I'm in a cradle situation. Reach down, lock your hands. He still has his hands locked on my single, but it doesn't matter anymore. Take him on up to his back. I have the leg hooked in. The discomfort is created here in his tendons, in the right knee, and the shoulder blades go down.
All right, here we are at the end of the tape. Got something really special for you. Thought you'd like it. Splat-O, half split scissors, half cradle. That's how I named it. Made it up. Made it popular. I think you'll like it. You've heard about the Splat. Here's how you get into it. Here's how you don't get into it. Here's how you don't get out of it. You'll have a lot of fun with this. Basically, if you remember left, 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 or right, 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 you're in great shape. If he grabs my left leg, I'm going to take my left hand, do a switch on his left leg, and the match is about to end. Okay, here's a standing Splat, down on the knees, various positions, ways of getting into it. I think you'll like it, and he won't. Okay, we'll start here with a Splat. Okay, he's in on a single leg. He's standing. Boom. He hits in there. All right, match is over already. He doesn't know it, but it is. What I'm going to do here, he's in on my single leg. He has my right leg, so I take what arm? Right. Remember, right, 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 or left, 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 left. Easy to remember. Has my right leg. I reach down and do a switch on his right leg in here. Start reaching down inside of his arm. I have to reach across my body and in. Now, the key to this is my palm faces down, the palm of my hand faces down. That's where you'll make a mistake. You'll turn it up. No, 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 palm down. Okay, in this position, I push down into a Splat, or into a switch here. Right leg, right arm on his right leg. I reach down and lock my hands. Palm down, palm down, palm down. Here, okay? The leg that he has hold of, I just hook in here. I go from here, I give him the leg. He wants my leg, I give him the leg. Okay, as I give him the leg, all I do is I lay down here, and as I roll, to here, and over he goes. Okay, so I had the switch hand here. I reached up and locked my hands. That gives me this end. I reach through with this leg. That gives me that end. Now what I'm doing from here is I'm going to plant both my feet flat on the mat, hold this arm, pull it to me, and then from here, what makes it so much fun, as long as you're in my position versus his position, is when you plant your feet, you raise your hips up in the air. From here to here. And you'll find that he's here for 3 to 4 centuries, or until the referee says, you're excused for the evening. Okay, good position to be. Everyone in the gym can see he's pinned, and I'm going to get it. Now, when you're on your back here, remember, you're on your back too. Don't get too comfortable. When you put him on his back, make sure you keep one of your shoulders up. Keep one of your shoulders up, or you're going to be very unhappy. The ref is going to slap the mat, you're going to get up and go, yeah! And he's going to get his hand raised, and you're going to go, huh? What? Because you laid on your own back. Keep a shoulder up, plant your feet, raise your hips up in the air. He's locked in here forever. Don't do this. Some of you, I've seen people do this now as they start to experiment. Take this leg and put it behind your head. It looks like he's going to get tighter, and it will to some extent, but it's overkill. Keep the hand leg to you. Don't put it over your head. If you put it over your head, it's not unlike taking a watch. And you're winding it up, and you wind it up so much that the spring goes ding and springs out. If you get it so tight and put it behind your head, his body is going to spring him out of there, and he's going to get away because you got it too tight. There is a chance of having this to be too tight. Once again, that was from a mid-level, low single, or middle single. Now if he picks the leg up, very similar here, the leg's up in the air. I'm hopping on one foot. From here, I push his head down into my groin, push his head down. As I do so, see what I'm doing with my leg? My leg goes from here and hooks. Head down, hook. Head down, hook. As I'm hooking, I'm reaching over. He's got my right leg, right hand, switch on his right leg. Now, instead of locking my hands, you can certainly do that from here. I've transfixed. This is another level. Where I get down is to go an ankle pick now. I like an ankle pick from here, but I'm getting pretty good at this, and I can slip into it pretty quick. Locking your hands is great from here. Push his head down. You can reach in here, lock your hands, and the match is now over. I go down and grab his ankle now. I make it a little easier for myself. I reach in here on this, like a switch here. This hand is down to the ankle. Now from here, when I have him on the ankle, plant your feet, pull it to you, get your head in the air. Remember, you're on your back. Okay, he's down on his knees in that single. We reach over there, hook the foot, and roll. If it's standing, hold him up here, head down, over, switch. I get down to the ankle anymore, and I'm diving around him. It's like I go from here, I'm going around him and down. Okay, so it's a spinning action around and down. Here, I'm diving down and around. Here, down, and around. Okay, plant, raise. So, mid-level, standing. Splat from both positions. In on a single on his knees. We're in here fighting. You guys have been here before, same thing. Right leg, reach over, switch on the right leg. here, here. Once you get your arm in here, then sit. Let him have the leg. He wants the leg, he wants to pull it in, let him have it. Okay. And you sit down. Sit down. Don't. Lay down. Sit down. Sit up. Okay, from here, reach down, pull the leg to you. He's got my right leg. I got his left leg, matches over. From here, pull it to you, hook, matches over. You just take him on back. Here, plant, hips up, remember you're on your back. If you're here, he got pinned in this last week. His coach said, you don't, bunny, don't, if you get stuck in here, don't let him have that bottom leg. Okay, coach, I can do her. So what's he doing now? He's taking his leg back when you ain't getting my leg. So you go from the hands here to his heel, and the heel, and the heel. Cut the heel. Now as you pull the heel this way, pull the heel to you, watch magically what happens to that foot. Come here, come here, come on, come on. Thank you. There you go. Okay, take your leg back, way back. As long as that foot's way back there and I can't get to it, just by pulling on that heel. Plant, up. Okay, so we have it down here. Now, spladle is half split scissors, half cradle. If the head slips from the inside to the outside, then we've lost the spladle and we now have the cradle. So we lose the S and we get the C. We go from spladle to cradle. Here I'm trying to get it, and his head pops to the outside. As soon as the head pops out here, then my hand changes. Instead of having my right arm deep, my left arm goes elbow deep. I take my elbow joint and go to the back of his knee. I change positions with my hands. I go elbow deep. Here, his arm comes out, cradle. Get a leg hooked in, and we're up into our cradle. So, spladles can be turned into cradles if need be. If you're on your feet here, and you reach in here, and his head pops to the outside, boom, there, you pick the leg up, elbow deep, elbow deep. Series that, boom, cradle, and take him on over. So, and on a single once again, here, boom, Susie is in, lock, and hit. Plant, raise. I'd show you the counter. I have one more kid left in the Schalles family. He's wrestling. He's got 2 more years left. 2 more years, I'll put it on the tape. He likes to spladle people. Can't show the cradle yet. But there's how you do it offensively.
Again, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share with you some of my skills as a pinner. I'm sure that you'll be able to take this material and put it to good use. Remember, no matter the score or the amount of time left in the bout, when you have the ability to pin people, you're always close to victory. Use this knowledge to your advantage. When you combine that with conditioning and a hunger to win, you will become the winner you know you can be.
Thank you for watching the second in a series of tapes that is devoted exclusively to pinning. I hope you enjoyed this tape as much as I've enjoyed doing it, and remember, keep it legal and keep it painful.
As we all know, nothing can be more frustrating than being stuck on the bottom against a good leg wrestler. If he knows his business, you can be in serious trouble. It can cost you back points or the fall, and in the process, an extreme amount of discomfort. If there's something that can be said negative about pinning in general, and in this case legs, it's that you must first take a chance occasionally. Don't get discouraged if you give up a reversal every now and then. If nothing is ventured, nothing can be gained. Just keep on trying, and in the end, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the outcome. As you watch and study this tape, be aware of how often we mention the 3 basic fundamentals that must be ingrained in the minds of all leg wrestlers. First, you must maintain height. It's imperative that your body is always higher than your opponent's. Second, make him carry your weight. That slows his movements and tires him out. And third, keep good body position. To master legs, you must drill, drill, and unfortunately, drill some more. Put yourself in all the various positions that you'll get into during a match. If you do that often enough, you'll find the positions that were once awkward are now comfortable and second nature. As with all forms of wrestling, the more comfortable you feel in different situations, the greater your level of confidence and the tougher you'll become.
As far as fundamentals of leg wrestling is concerned, here are a few principles that will help you master this art. First, take your time and set your opponent up. Without a setup, you won't get the legs in and quite possibly get reversed in the process. Second, maintain height. It's very difficult to control someone when you're either beside him or underneath him. Next, keep your weight on him. This slows his movements and tires him out. Keep a 45-degree angle. That helps you control his defensive movements by limiting his ability to roll. And last, keep looking for the fall. If he's so busy trying to stay off his back and keep the discomfort he's feeling to a very minimum, it makes perfect sense that he's not thinking about reversing the situation. Probably the most common form of leg wrestling is the crossbody ride series. It's an effective ride as well as an excellent means of gaining back points.
Hey, he knows what he's talking about. Pay attention.
I'm now in what is called the saddle position. Notice how my foot is hooked at the back of his calf and the positioning of my body at a 45-degree angle to his. We're basically forming an X with our two bodies. That helps put limbs on his tree, which keeps him from rolling. My right hand is placed in his armpit, which forces my hips to maintain the height necessary to keep control. Your free leg hooks your opponent's far ankle and forces it out away from his body. That makes it damn near impossible to stand up against, creates a fair amount of discomfort, and helps you keep elevated. Just like anything, we have to have solid, good foundation before we do anything in wrestling. A good foundation, something solid. Some of the basics in leg wrestling are maintaining height. You want to stay higher than your opponent. Your opponent's down here, you're on top. If he is to counter you, he must break that principle by making you lose height, elevation, by rolling you down to the mat. Maintain height is the most important thing in legs. Next thing you want to do when you're maintaining height, when you have the leg in, is make him carry your weight. The more weight you can get on him, the slower he is, the better timing you have to make things work, and the more weight you have on him, the more he's got to carry it, and it tires him out. A good principle to learn. Height, keep weight on him, stay perpendicular, facing if his head's at 12 o'clock, I want to lean out toward either 11 o'clock or again 1 o'clock depending upon what side I'm on. Okay? And the last principle we want to do once we're up here in the saddle position, riding like a horse in the saddle position, maintaining height, perpendicular, our leg hooked, is keep him worried. Again, if you're firing bullets at him, he's so busy ducking, he doesn't have an opportunity to fire back at you. What we want to start doing here is pecking away and looking for the crossbody, the guillotine, the banana split. Keep pecking away, keep worrying him about a defense. Okay? And while he's worried about defense, he can't be going offense, figuring out how to get out of legs. A few ways to get into legs. Now that we understand the basics, let's look at them. Let's start this crossbody ride situation from the referee's position. It's probably the most common place to get into legs. From the first position we can get into, again, how do we get legs on? It's important to get them on without him catching my legs, without him stopping it. His first defense in countering legs is prevention. Prevention is the best cure. He's trying to keep them off. My job is to get them on safe and sound without costing me a reversal or an escape. First thing we can do is from the referee's position, chop tight waist. I'm chopping the knee, chopping the arm. He's going to land on my thigh, kind of like a load-up situation. Chopping the arm down to the leg. My leg is landing on. From here, I slide my leg forward, up, over, the leg comes in, and I let him come back to his base. As he comes back up, I have the legs on. Again, in slow motion.
We go from referee's position, chop using my right knee to slide underneath. He falls on it. I slip the leg in. When he regains his base, my legs are hooked back into position.
Another way of getting the legs on is through a spiral ride. The object to throw my right leg in on his right side, I've got to watch his right arm so he doesn't catch my leg as it starts coming in. Okay, so what I want to do is keep that arm forward. Spiral ride will do that. From referee's position, blocking the arm forward. I block the arm forward, gives me a big gap here. From here, and I can throw my legs on. He's unable to catch the foot because his right arm is forward. His right arm protects his right leg on the spiral ride. In slow motion, from referee's position,
my object is to knock his right arm forward, allows my right leg to come in safely. I hook it into position, maintaining height, and the legs are on.
another way of getting the legs on, there are various ways. If you're going to be a good leg man, you've got to learn several ways of putting the legs on. Once you have the legs on, everything else remains basic and simple. You're back to the basics. But getting them on, you'll have different guys with different builds. Tall, lean kids, short, stocky, powerful wrestlers. You've got to have different types of tricks of getting the legs on. A good leg man knows how to put the legs on. An average leg man knows what to do once they're on. But usually where they get their trouble is when they're putting the legs on, they get reversed. They panic, they go too quickly. Use your head. Once they're on, they're pretty easy to keep. But take your time until you get them there. Next thing we want to do is a chop tight waist like we did the first time. This time, look what happens to his left side when I chop on the right. Again, I myself prefer the right opposite side. As I chop down, most everyone you wrestle from here, that leg will come up. As you're chopping down to here, step across and into your legs. Okay, since I like to ride opposite side, if I'm going to go into this particular ride, I will ride normal side. So when I chop him down here, I'll step up and across into the side that I prefer, to have my right leg in on his right leg. I'm again high in the saddle, perpendicular, making him carry my weight, slows him down. Okay? In slow motion, from the regular side coming across to the opposite side.
Chop the arm down, his right leg will be elevated. You slip your leg in, jump to the other side, get in the saddle position, maintain elevation.
Again, another way is from a blanket ride. During a match, it may not be from referee's position, you're riding the man, tight waist, chopping, ankle, you're up here. A blanket ride is when you're draped over him. Some people like to ride blankets when they go into cradles, by grabbing the chin, looking for the cradle. If you're in a blanket ride and you have an ankle, or if you're just going from referee's position to the ankle, the object, shift his weight forward. Get all of the weight he owns. If he weighs 170 pounds, make all 170 pounds be distributed up to his arms. When he has that much weight on his arms, he's unable to move his arm to worry about catching a leg coming in. So, either by a blanket ride, an ankle, or just going to the ankle. When I shift his weight forward, shift his weight up to his hands, it paralyzes his hands. It makes him stationary. Allows me then to throw my leg in. So, we can either chop, slip in the near side, slip in far side. We can spiral, bumping the arm forward, getting the gap, or we can paralyze the arms by shifting the weight forward. He's unable to move them. When he's unable to move them, it frees me to stick the legs in. Again, remember, putting them on is half the game. Once they're on, they're not that difficult to keep on or to score points from, but getting them on are. Take the time to learn several methods of putting the legs on, and when you do that, then you will be a good and might possibly great leg rider. Okay, from the referee's position, sometimes the heavier wrestlers will do a tripod stand-up, the larger weight classes, okay, where they'll start tripoding up to their base here. From here, it's very easy to get the legs in. There's a lot of a gap here. We can slip our legs in. Or from the upstanding position, if I would do, say, a front trip, he'd stand up from his shape, I bump him down to a tripod position, boom. As soon as he hits a tripod, I can throw my legs on. Once my legs are on, I have to have my hips up high, maintaining height, number one principle of legs. Height in the saddle. If you want to hook it in the foot here, that's even a little more effective. And you start pecking away at the opposite corner. If I have the right back taken care of, I want to attack the right front. Okay? Sometimes during a match, a guy will sit out on you. They do this all the time. You stand up, you can counter stand up with legs, bring them back down to the mat with your legs on, or sometimes a guy likes to do a sit out. From a sit out, we can go into legs. Referee's position, guy sits out. From here, good hand control, I want to come underneath both arms. As I come underneath both arms, just like in a spiral, if I'm going to come to the right leg, I want to bump the right arm up for a second. From here, chest pressure forward, bumping the arm up, I step over, hooking the leg in, okay, and the legs are in. Again, from the sit-out position, bump the arm up, under the arms, bump it up. As I'm coming to that side, once I get out to the side, hook the leg in, and maintain height. I want to be higher than he is. If I lower myself, I'm in trouble. The lower I get to him, the less I can do. the lower the percentage is of the success that I'm going to have in legs. Maintaining height, staying higher than my opponent, and making him carry my weight is the key to successful leg riding. All right, sometimes you might have the guy flattened out on the mat, and you're riding him here. You've broken him down one-on-one, or you chopped waist, you got him down. From here, what I want to do is split the legs here, and all I'm going to do is stick my leg next to his hip here. Okay, of course I would be on him, and I'm going to scoop this leg back. As I scoop it back, look how it slides up over top of my other leg. So from referee's position here, I'm going to slide the leg back, jam my right side underneath him, my leg comes through, now I have my leg on, and I can come on back over, and I'm riding with my legs in. Staying high in the saddle, weight on him, right angles, or perpendicular, okay, making him carry my weight. These are several methods of putting the legs on. Learn them well, guys. Leg riders are only successful once the legs are on. You've got to get the legs on. Learn how to put them on from different positions with different type wrestlers. Once you do that, you're well on your way to success in legs. With our legs on, let's talk about ways of putting him on his back now. Number one, first thing you learn with legs is called a guillotine, a crossbody ride. From the guillotine, what we're looking for is the opposite arm. I have his right leg tied up, front left arm, opposite ends of the horse. From here, I reach over. When I'm ready to go, I'd like to keep my elbow in his armpit here. From here, when I'm ready to go, I want to reach down and purchase that arm. I like to do so with both arms. I have my foot out here as a base, so I can reach down, hook at the elbow joint here. This one goes to the wrist. And I want to snatch the arm up as quickly as possible. The slower you go, the more he has a tendency to put his hand in my stomach, and I'm not able to get the arm out. So first of all, what I want to do is snatch up quick. Once I have it up, control the wrist. I'm ducking my head underneath the arm, getting my head through. From here, do not drive him to his back. Do not drive him to his back. As you take it back, a tough guy's going to fight you, and his arm's going to go up his back, and the referee's going to call you for potential dangers. From here, reach around and go to the head. Get his head first. Keep the wrist, go to his head. Now lock your hands. What we're doing now is creating discomfort, creating a large amount of discomfort. All right, now he's more than willing to go on over and down to his back. From here, we want to either have the leg tight, and if we feel like it's slipping, reinforce it. Hook it up my figure four at my knee joint, down and catch him at the ankle. That makes sure the leg stays nice and tight. Up at the head, we lock our hands. Now, in order to make sure that the shoulders go down and you secure the fall, one little secret. This near shoulder, if I visually can see it, I'm not going to pin him. I must slide my arm up on top of his so that it covers over top of his armpit, over his hip or shoulder here. If I can't see it, then I'll pin him. Then you pull on top of the head, and if you really want to crank him here, you throw your hips in and up, and it tightens the spinal column up, creating discomfort by pulling and throwing your hips in and covering this near shoulder. Most young men forget to do this last point, covering this near shoulder. Pull yourself in and cover. Let's assume that with the crossbody ride, he has an opportunity to catch his stomach on the way up. I don't get the arm out. Okay, I get into here, I start pulling, and I get to here, and I can't get it up. What we want to do is convince him that he wants to give me his arm. From here, slide my arm halfway out. Elbow, small of the back. Now when I make a muscle here, he'll be more than willing to give me that arm. The elbow going down into the small of his back hurts tremendously, and he'll give me the arm. From here again, duck underneath, repeating the process. Okay, so with the crossbody of the guillotine here, purchase the arm as quickly as possible. Elbow in the armpit, riding high here in the saddle, reach down, wrist, arm, boom, pick it up. From here, duck it. If he has it in here, slide your arm halfway out, make a muscle. He'll give you the arm. All right, now, let's assume that I can't get this arm out, or it's a little more difficult, or I can go into what is known as, again, a Jones. Referee's position, I'm in here, I pick the arm up. Say I'm trying to pull, and I can't get it out. All I want to do is take my backhand, my left one in this case, and reach down between his legs and purchase his wrist. Grab his wrist here, the one he has underneath it. Underneath. Once I have the wrist, then I pull this arm halfway out and do the same thing. Elbow in the back, keeping the wrist, and over. From here again, turning my palm up, allows my elbow to go to the small of the back, takes him up to his back. If I have to, I figure four and reinforce the leg. From here, we might secure the fall, but if not, we will get 3 points. These are varieties of the guillotine. Okay, now, with our guillotine on, with our crossbody, with our crossbody on, another way we want to break him down. Okay, if I want to break him down, say at 11 o'clock, when I'm riding this side, what limb must I get rid of? His front left one. The front left has got to go if I'm going to 11 o'clock, because his front left limb is the one that's responsible from 9 to 12. If I'm going to take him anywhere within that quarter of a circle, within that 90 degrees, I've got to get rid of the left shoulder, the left arm. That's his post for that point. With our legs in, okay, riding high again, what I want to do is come across on a cross face. Okay, I'm securing the arm at the elbow. My leg goes back, my rudder leg goes back, so I don't fall down over at 3 o'clock. From here, I'm driving off of my right leg, or I'm sorry, my left leg, pulling this arm forward, pulling him down and over. Okay, from here, I pulled his arm out. It allows me to get down between 11 and 12 o'clock, or 10 and 11. Once I have him here on his hips, a good point to get into right now is I want to have both my hip bones equal distant from the mat. If my left one is 4 inches off the mat or 8 inches off, my right one is 8 inches off the mat. I don't want to have one lower, as like now, than the other. My right hip bone is much higher off the mat than my left. I want to have them, and they must be equal distant. From here, left and right side equal distant to the mat. That makes him carry my weight and helps me maintain my height. Once I have him down in the cross face here, I can continue to pull the cross face, elevating my leg in the back. If I have any trouble holding it up here, if your leg feels like it's getting tired or cramping, reinforce it with the other foot. Okay, so we have both feet holding it up. That takes care of the legs. Hips equal distant. I got the cross body. I can pull the arm across if I want to. If he goes back to his base a little bit there, I can come over top. Okay, take the top arm, hook it. All right, this is called a Jacob ride. Hooking the arm, pulling him down. Now, take my right elbow, stick it in his ear. And I want to, again, make him carry my weight. I'm up on top of him. That hand is holding his weight up. If I would release the hand out from underneath him, all my weight will come down on his rib cage, on his shoulders, and secure the fall. Leg up, gets tired, reinforce it, elbow to his ear. So we can come across with a crossbody or into a Jacobs situation. Another way of getting into a Jacobs, from a guy, when you're riding the crossbody, who does the sit-out. We have that drill where you sit out one side, roll to the other, and I'm trying to get him back to his base. If he sits out, we can go right to our Jacobs. With our legs in. With our legs in, he sits out. From here, maintaining height. Reach over, hook the arm, elbow to the ear, as I'm pulling him down. The hips stay equal distance to the mat, elbow now surpassing his ear, going to the back of his head. All my weight is on top of his body. I got a leg out as a base. I want to get limbs on his tree so he can't roll me back and forth. All right, and maintaining the pressure for the fall.
Can you believe somebody wears shorts that small?
Okay, now another way, last thing I want to show you from this crossbody before we go into other areas is a banana split. Banana split's a very effective way of putting a guy over, but one you have to spend a little time paying attention. Everyone likes a banana split, but there's one right way of getting into it, and I believe this is it. From the referee's position, I believe a banana split is only good when a guy is trying to stand up. When he's down, I don't want to go across his body at a right angle. I don't want to come across his body and stay down. I'm giving up my height. I want to stay up high here. This is when a guy starts tripoding up to stand to his feet, if nothing else, to get out of bounds or have the referee call potentially dangerous. Once he tripods up, I want to have my body up across his shoulder blades. Then I reach down, okay? Let's look how my hands are locked. My hand comes in, the bone of my hand, right here, goes to the back of the knee. I lock my hands thus, okay? I pull the leg in now, I split him now, creating discomfort before he goes over. Again, let's look at this I had. I reach into the leg here, I come up, so my palm is facing up toward the ceiling. The bone alongside of my forearm here is the back of his knee. I lock my hands this way. All 5 fingers and all 5 fingers are hooking. I split him now and then take him on over. Once we've landed here, I want to, again, maintain height. Right now, my whole body's laying on the mat. In order to maintain height, free leg, plant it, and as I bridge up, as my body slides up his back, more pressure will go onto his neck, and the shoulder blades will go down. Okay? Again, looking at it from a different angle, when a guy does a tripod up from the referee's position, trying to get a stand-up, here's where you go to your banana split. I don't want you, stay there, I don't want you riding at the hips, reaching over. I want you to slide down his back to his shoulder blades here. Okay, and lock your hands, pull it in tight now, and work our way on over. You take him on over, plant, and bridge. Again, let's assume that we have the crossbody on, the legs already in, and our opponent sits out. What do? First, maintain height. Stay higher than your opponent in legs. If he is to counter you, there is only one way: to make you give up your height. Stay higher. With the crossbody on, if your opponent sits out, again, sits out, maintaining height, staying up higher. We talked about a Jacobs from here. We can reach across that reverse cross face we talked about. We can also come over into another form of banana split by coming over top of the head, down into the knee. Okay? I'm down, and now what I want to do is go elbow joint to the back of the knee joint. Push him forward. How do I push him forward? My left leg, the rudder leg. Pushing into him, jamming forward. As I jam him forward, elbow joint to knee joint, hook it. I have two options with this. Now from here, what I can do is slide down to his butt and roll him on through. Okay, from here, down, on through to his back in a finished banana split situation. Or from here, when I shift his weight forward, underneath his knee, I like to grab at the arm here. So I have similar to cross face situation. And I want to lay out, and I want to get, again, both of my hips equal distance from the mat. As I turn him back, I want to go down to the mat here, keeping both hips. If my left hip is 4 inches from the mat, my right one should be 4 inches from the mat. Again, holding him in this situation. So, if he sits out, we have the Jacobs. Reverse half. Shift him forward, split him here in two fashions. Or we can go into a front headlock from here. You know, when a guy shoots a double leg on you and underhook him, you go into the front headlock series, you do the same type of thing from here. A guy sits out, instead of going to the knee, over the arm, under, and up here at the armpit. And we lock our hands. So he sat out, I maintain height, keeping my hips into him, height, making him carry my weight, over the arm, under the armpit, lock my hands. Once I've locked my hands, I want to pick him up. When I pick him up, he's taking his last breath. That's creating discomfort, and the shoulders will go down. Pick up, and then slowly settle him down using a tripod. Left knee 1 point, right knee the other point, my forehead the third point. Okay? Front headlock, point, point, and his body becomes the other point for the 3 points of the tripod. Okay? Creating discomfort by pulling him up first, decreasing his will to win. When his air leaves his lungs, and when his blood has a hard time getting to his brain for the thought process to take place, his will to win will be decreased, and the shoulder blades will go down. With our legs on, we have a near cradle situation when we have the legs stuck in and he doesn't sit out. Referee's position here, if he sits out again, instead of coming over top to the headlock, all I do is again come off and I sit down on my butt. From here, all I want to do is sit down. Boom. I'm sitting back. As I sit back, from here, I go underneath the near knee, boom, and I lock my hands. I'm over the head, got my hands locked again at his face on my cradle series. Now I have a choice of two things. I can either sit, make him do a full roll, boom, up into our cradle series, kick up on top, right angle, weight on his chest, creating discomfort, okay? Or I can do a forward roll from that. When I have the legs on, guy sits out here, okay? I slide back, boom, lock my hands, forward roll, right toward 10 for me. I turn my head away from my opponent, kick my feet straight up over his head, and on into a pinning situation. Got his leg hooked, figure four, put my foot on the mat. That tightens his tendons up here. Got him up at the shoulders here. Hands are loose. They come in and they drop down. And you'll secure the pin. Most officials in the East Coast can see the shoulders are down by the way his body is positioned. Okay, from referee's position, we can throw the legs in again and work as what is known as reinforced half Nelson series. This was brought to us by the international scene. There's Olympic and World Championship wrestling, type caliber wrestling and freestyle. And it's used quite often now on the collegiate and junior, senior high school level. A reinforced half Nelson, let's assume I have the legs on. Let's just look at the hands first. I want to have my forearm on the back of his head here, palm faces up. Hand on the back of the head, palm up. Free hand goes underneath his arm, and I lock thus. Half on my hand, half on my wrist. And again, half and half. I want to eliminate my wrist. This is not a good grip on the reinforced half Nelson. I want to get off my hand and get onto the bone. Crisscross my wrists here. Okay, back of the head, palm up, reach in, crisscross your hands. I have the legs on. Let's assume he sat the other way, and he got me down to here. I want to reach under, forearm, palm faces to me, lock, I pull him to my chest and back. All right, as he bellies down from here, in order to turn him to his back, I'm pushing his head away with my elbow. As I push his head away, I'm making a muscle with my left arm, pulling my left arm to me, my right elbow goes away. Okay, puts him onto his back. I hold him here for the count of 5, get my 3 points back, then slowly hold it here while I slip into a half Nelson. Once I slip the half Nelson in, the arm becomes straight. That holds him there until I get my other leg in, unhook the bottom leg, allows me to scoot up on top of him and out to a right angle with our half Nelson and hopefully secure the fall. Reinforced can be done from several positions. It can be done from when you're right in a referee's position on hands and knees, or when a guy sits out, as we just showed you, or when a guy's flattened out. Let's talk about with the leg in, he's flattened out. What we're looking for here is the opposite elbow. Anytime his arm, if we had a line that runs right through his body here, let's say through his shoulders, anytime his elbows go in front of his shoulders, you have an opportunity to create a lot of havoc on this young man, to create discomfort and a large amount of it. From here, what we want to do is keep our weight high. If I can get the other leg in on the hips, double fronts in, super. Anytime this elbow is in front of his shoulder line, when it gets to about here, or in this situation, he's vulnerable to a reinforced. What I want to do is bump his arm forward with my thumb here, bump his arm forward so his elbow is pointing at 12 o'clock, the same direction his head is. Once I shift that arm forward, I slide my hand under, so I have him at the elbow. From here, free hand does a push-up. He's more than willing to go on over. From here, into our half Nelson, turn him to his side, hold him here, don't take him to his back, do not take him to his back, hold him here, he's feeling discomfort, until you adjust into the situation you feel most comfortable in. From here, slide down, elbow to the mat, elbow deep, around, chin, twist, pick.
Or a head wrap half Nelson.
Creating discomfort, foot in front, over for the fall. From the regular referee's position, getting him down there with legs on, we have the leg on, come in with the other foot, reach over at the wrist, pulling the wrist out, or we can come under and block him out. But either way, we're pulling him out, boom, he's coming forward. I already have him. I have to hold his hand out there for a second. His elbow is in front of his shoulder, underneath. My hand slides underneath his arm to the elbow. Once I have his elbow on my forearm, then I just pick the arm straight up. You wouldn't believe the pressure you can put on him. Up, create discomfort, slip into the half, let him turn to his side, don't take him over, elbow deep, go into your half Nelson, and finish it.
Listen to the kid. He's right. Legal discomfort, temporary pain. Listen.
So we have from the side, in a crab ride or with legs, forearm in the back of his head, palm up, lock, push the head away, pull him to you. If you don't like to do that, or if you have him flattened out, it's a lot of fun to scoot that elbow out. Anytime his elbow is from his shoulders forward, scoot it out and do a push-up. Take the arm straight up to the sky. You only have to take it up about 4 inches, and you'll realize that the bottom man is more than willing to roll to his back from that point. Okay. Now, from the referee's position with the legs, sometimes the guy will pull you down into a crab ride. He'll pull you down to your side. We want to, again, try to remain in the saddle, maintaining height Staying up here, if he pulls you down, we go underneath the arms, underneath the legs, keeping chest against his back. From here into the crab ride series. I would prefer to take him back to his base, get my legs back on if I'm a leg man. So if I want to take him to the right, I pick up with my left leg, and as he goes over, I just slip my leg back in. Okay, even if he gets to the side here, and I'm back to my reinforced. His elbow's in front of his shoulder, I come out on the elbow here. He'd be in trouble. If he kept his elbow low, and I couldn't do that, then I go to the reinforced. Depending upon where his elbow is. If his elbow is there, I want to take it forward. If it's at his shoulder level or ahead of his head, I want to take his arm up and take it back. If his elbow is below his shoulder, then I go into the regular reinforced, where I push his head away and pull his upper body to me, gaining control for the back points, the referee's count, and then slip into my half and work my way back up on top till I get to a side, elbow deep. On our half Nelsons, we go elbow deep. Elbow to the mat, then we slide the hand around, chin, twist, pick the head up. Pick the head up. Twist the head, pick it, and settle him on down for the fall. In order to successfully counter legs, you must first have a working knowledge of the technique necessary to make them successful. If you understand the principles that the offensive wrestler must do in order to execute legs successfully, then you also know what must be accomplished in order for you to defend against them. When you're working on defensive leg wrestling, have the top man review his positioning and offensive options, and consequently, both people benefit from the time spent drilling legs. To be successful at countering legs, first and foremost, prevention is the best cure. If he doesn't get them on, then he can't be too effective with them. Once they're on, however, one of the most important things I emphasize is, don't carry his weight. As long as he's on top, maintaining elevation, and you're carrying his weight, you are in trouble. If you can't seem to make anything work for you defensively, don't forget, there is an out of bounds. Get out, get a fresh start, but this time, be aware he's a leg man and prevent them from coming back on. There's no known cure for the common cold, just prevention. As with legs, prevention is the best cure. Keep the legs off. When you have your opponent from the defense trying to put the legs on, stop them ahead of time. First thing we do is just put our legs together. As they start to come in, block them. If your legs are apart, they can come in. If they're together, they're not. Or if he starts sticking them in, do a sit out as he's coming in with the legs. Sit out. Get the legs away. As long as they're a moving target, they're hard for him to put on. Again, prevention is the best cure. Either we have to sit out, or we keep our legs together, or another common method is called a mule kick. Once the leg has gone past your leg and start coming into your crotch area, what we've got to do is kick our leg back, like a mule kicking a guy behind us. Once he gets to here, we kick up and away. Now, once the leg is up, again, we're sitting out. You don't want to kick the leg up when the leg's coming in, and then get it free, and then set it back down, because the leg's automatically in. Once you kick it up and away, boom, bring it over and sit. All right, and then we go into a hand control situation. Again, prevention is the best cure for legs. Okay, next thing we want to do, let's assume that the legs came on. Gee whiz, he got them on. Now what do? If he's good at them, you're in trouble. There's no real common cure to a good leg man. Prevention is your only hope. Know that they're going to come on and keep them off. If they come on and you're frustrated, you have two things. Look for a stalemate situation, try to tie them up the way the officials call stalling today, and the way they're being forced to call stalling quickly with leg riders. Make it difficult for him to turn you and get a stalemate situation, and then you know he's a leg man, try to keep the legs off. All right, let's assume he has the legs on. Or besides the stalemate, you always have an out of bounds area. If you're close to the out of bounds, scoot on out, get a fresh start. You know he's a leg man. When you come back in, prevention, keep them off. All right, next thing we want to do, some of his basic principles when the leg's on, he wants to keep height and keep weight on me. I do not want him to have height, and I do not want him to have weight on me. As long as he keeps those two principles, I'm in trouble. From here, I want to sit and bring him down. Bring him down to his side. Once I'm down to his side here, I want to push the leg off. Get the leg off. Never, ever, ever grab his leg and pull it up. He'll keep in this position forever. Okay, he'll go down, he'll reach underneath here and get a 2-on-1 on his own leg, and then I'm in trouble. He gets a 2-on-1, and then I'm sitting here fighting. When you're in sit position, never pull his leg up. Never. Push his leg down and away. Don't pull it up. The urge is there to pull it up. Don't. Down and away. Down and away. Once we get away, get your arm underneath it. There are several counters. We're showing you quite a few of them. Pick out one that you like, work on it, drill it, get it down. You don't have to know all these. Which one excites you the most, and work on it. This is one. Lower our level, go underneath our leg. He stays on, he's riding me here. I want to duck underneath the leg. Let my fingers do the walking. As he stays on, hang on. I'm here, underneath the leg here. Once I get under, I do a push-up. One arm push-up. Okay, here, onto my reversal. Okay, lower his level. Get his weight off you and keep him down. Make him lose his elevation. Okay, now, another one, again, rolling him down, and we can high leg over. If he has the leg on, I want to pull him the whole way down to his side and roll him on through to here. Now, as soon as I get to here, the only thing he has is a cross face, and I've got to watch it coming in. I got to block the cross face. Once I've blocked the cross face, then I want to lean back into him, driving at 12 o'clock. Lean back into him. Don't turn to the side. He'll scoot out and come right up around behind you again. Okay, once you have him on his side, lean back at 12 o'clock. That keeps the weight on him. I have height now. I'm higher than he is, and I'm making him carry my weight. Here, then I want to turn, attack the head. Once I get my arm on the other side of his head, now I come out with legs and in the control position. So, from the referee's position, make him give up the height, make him give up the weight on top of you. With the legs on, pull him on down. From here, push the leg out, under the leg, duck, and a push-up. Or, from here, when the legs are in, and you roll him on down to here, lean back at 12 o'clock. Lean back at 12. That keeps the pressure on shoulder and head. It allows me to turn and come back on top of him. Okay, another one is if he has his rudder leg working well for him, and I try to pull him down there, he's going to have that rudder leg go back and stop him from losing the height and losing the weight on my body. From here, if I go from the referee's position and I try to hip and pull him down, he has that foot out there for the control, so I can't get him down. From here, I want to reach out and get that foot. I want to hit it hard enough, hit that sit hard enough that he has to put that foot over there. Boom, as a base. I want to reach out and get it. Once I have it, I pull it in, maintain height, come up and go to the head. If I can beat the head, reach out, get the ankle, pull it in. That takes away his base, makes him lower his height, allows me to gain height and gain the control position. Another thing we want to do, again, the principles that make things work for him in legs is just what you got to do in order to break the hold, to get him out of it. Get him off the top of you, make him give up the height, and give up the weight on top of you. All right, we can do that with a forward roll. Puts the legs in, quick tripod, and forward roll. As I'm doing a forward roll, let me do it my own. As I'm coming down in a forward roll, when I get halfway over, right to here, I want to kip. Okay, once I get to here, I'm kipping straight up. I'm kicking my legs up into the air, which should, theoretically anyhow, free the leg. When I have the legs on from here, I want to tripod up. I'm going to do a forward roll. He's on my right side. My right arm comes in. I'm doing kind of like a Granby. Down to my shoulder to here, kick. Okay, as I kick, he'll roll on through. And a lot of times I'll end up right in this position, able to turn and come back into control. Same thing from a different angle. Has the legs on, right leg, right arm comes in, down to my right shoulder, here, kick, freeze the leg, and you're in a scramble situation. Sometimes you end up on top, sometimes you don't. But the most important thing is you get the legs off. You get a leg rider who knows what he's doing, you're in trouble. You better get those legs off. If they don't come off, make him break the basic rules, the height and the weight. Make him give up height and make him give up weight. Okay, now, if he's going for a Jacobs, a crossbody ride, okay, he has the leg in, he's reaching underneath, going for the arm. Okay, from here. Now, if he grabs my arm and controls it, I'm in trouble. If I know it's coming in, and when I see it coming in, if I see it coming in, and I grab his wrist, I can sit down. Okay, I want to control the wrist from here. First, I bring this leg in, so he can't step across in double fronts. Throws the leg in, whoops. Don't want him to do that. So when I have the leg, I pull my shoe into my body, doesn't allow him to cut free and come over to that double fronts. I want to lean back on the arm here. Gives the same shoulder pressure as I'm doing a switch. I lean straight back into him. I keep the pressure on his shoulder as I'm slowly scooting out to the other side of the head. And then I have legs on here where I get them reinforced. Okay? So, all I want to do is try to control his arm. Once he's coming in for the crossbody guillotine, is purchase his wrist. If I don't remember exactly what you learned in the tape here, or you're not quite sure, you don't feel as comfortable as you'd like, you haven't drilled it as often, if nothing else, get a stalemate situation. You know he's a leg wrestler, you're a little smarter when you get back to the middle. Prevention. Keep those legs off. A sit-out will do it. A good stand-up will. If he continually throws legs on when you stand up, the referee's going to ding him for stalling. Okay? When you know you got a leg wrestler, you better get a little bit more adrenaline flowing in your system and get off that bottom. They can cause a lot of discomfort, and you'll lose a lot of points. Many a wrestler has lost a bout on the bottom position when you get a good leg man on top of you. Okay, and in review, again, look for stalemate situations if you can get them, or look where the edge is, get yourself out of bounds. All right, get a fresh start.
We haven't covered much stuff in the standing position, but a pin is a pin is a pin. From standing, bottom, top, I don't care. Here we go. Guy shoots on a single leg. What I'm going to do is sprawl, extend him out. He's going to have his hands locked. I'm going to reach across, get his elbow. See what happens when we get here. A little way of knocking the guy on his back. Here from single, shoots in, whoops. In a sprawl position with him, facing him. I want to get him stretched out. If I get his arm stretched out, what I'm going to do is push his arm across, and I'm going to reach over and trap it. Here, and trap it. Reaching across, trapping. Now he's facing that way with his head. I'm facing this way. We're opposite. I'm going to turn, face the same way he's facing. As soon as I face that way, I'm going to step across him like he's a horse, and I'm swinging my leg up on the saddle. Turn, turn, turn. From here, I'm going to stick my leg right over top of him, just like I'm jumping on a horse, stepping over a saddle. His hands are still locked in a single leg. I still have his elbow. From here, I throw my hips into his face, and I get into a push-up position where my hips are down on the mat and my shoulders are up. Here. This is what holds him down. Hips down, head up. This is a great position, good position, very poor position. Poor, good, best. Get up, head up, hips down into him. Okay? So, all we're doing, locking on the single leg, getting it extended, reach across, turn. The key to that, for most kids, is swinging around. I'm facing him, he's facing this way, I'm facing this way. I swing around. So we're both facing the same direction. As I face around, I step over. Another way of putting the guy on his back, countering with a single leg.
The last counter of the crossbody I'd like to show this afternoon comes from when a man has the leg slipped on. If the leg's in, he's controlling my legs with his legs. He has to control my upper body with his upper body. Sometimes they'll have their hand or shoulder draped over, just as my partner does. From here, I want to be able to, or if they're hooked in here, reach and grab a wrist. All right? This is a little different from when they're going from a guillotine, when they're going underneath. This is when they're over top, or they're draped, maybe grabbing a chin. Sometimes they'll grab a chin with this thing and ride. I want to reach up, grab the wrist. Once I have the wrist, I want to control the same side. If he has his right leg in, I want to control his right arm. Left leg in, control the left arm. All right, now that I have the same side, he has nothing to stop him. When we're talking about the tree, his right arm stops him from rolling from 12 to 3, his right leg from 3 to 6. I have his right leg trapped as he has mine. Now I have his right arm trapped. So anything between 12 and 6, he has no post to stop him going out there. I grab the wrist, I want to keep it straight. The key is keeping the arm straight and away. I want to get my head on the other side. From here, again, I want to roll him down to a side. Once I get him down to a side here, I want to keep that arm out. If I control the same side, and right side, hang on, Mike. Okay, he has no ability to get back to gain his height again. In order for him to get up and gain height, which I just made him give up, by rolling I made him give up his height. He couldn't put a post out to stop the roll. Now once he's down here, he can't maintain height or get his height back because he either has to have a free hand or a free leg to do a push-up. And I'm controlling both. I can maintain height, but he cannot. I keep his arm straight. I come back to my base, but I keep his arm straight. Keep it out on the mat. That allows me to come up. Him doing the same thing to me from referee's position. When I have the leg on, and say I'm riding on the ankle or on the chin here. He reaches up here. He wants to pull me down to my side here. Okay, once I have him down to the side, he's keeping my hand on the mat. I can't get back up. And he's going to gain height on me and get the arm through. He's keeping my right hand down. As soon as he let go of that right hand, if he'd let go of that right hand, I can do a push-up and get my height level back. As long as it keeps my hand down here, I can't get up. He can get up, and then I'm in trouble. Okay? So he's controlling right and right. His right leg, I have my right leg in, he's controlling my right hand. That breaks me, allows me to fall anywhere between 12 and 6 to the right side. Once I'm down, I cannot regain my height. Keeping the arms straight and on the mat. Keep it straight and on the mat, and then the defensive man maintains his height. Sometimes when you have that type of situation where you're making him give up his height, he'll go into a crab ride from you. Good leg men know how to go into crabs from here. What we do is pull him down, make him lose his height. Once he gets to here, he's under the arms, under the legs, keeping chest tight. Now, in order to get out of crabs, we got some difficulty. First of all, you don't want to stay here. This is a disadvantaged position for you. He's where he likes to be. First count I'd like to show you is one I prefer to use myself. I've got a lot of mileage out of it. I want to lean forward. I want to break one of his rules. Get up past the 90 degrees. As I lean up forward, I go underneath both my legs. I go underneath my legs, I come over and grab onto his foot somewhere between his last blue stripe here in the shoe and his toe over here. It's important where you grab this. Any other place your hand will slip off during the hold. Between the last blue stripe and the tip of the toe. There. So he's under the crabs, I lean forward, I go underneath both my legs, come over, grab the foot in that location. I got his right leg, right hand. Once I get his right hand, right leg, then I can lean back into him. I lean back into him, and I'm going out to my elbow on the mat. From here, I play the Three Stooges, the old-time comedy routine. I start running in a circle motion. Start running in a circular motion, holding onto the foot, getting out from between his legs. That allows me to come out into a finished gravity roll product, slide in, trap, and a 5-pointer. Again, in slow motion.
The main object of countering legs is to make your opponent give up his height level. The legs are in, you sit, pull him down, so he no longer has height on you. From here, if he should come out of the legs going to a crab, you lean forward, getting your chest away from his chest, reach under both your legs, secure his foot at the front of his shoe, control the right wrist, drop to your right elbow, running outside of his knees. Once you've cleared both knees, form a right angle with our bodies, let go of the toe, down, lock your hands in a finished Granby roll product for 5.
Another situation we get into, back to the crab ride, defense, how do I get out? Showed you that one, I think you'll like it. Another thing we want to do, if you get into a crab situation and he has you down here, don't be satisfied to sit here. He's in a good position. Get out of this position. We either reach up, if he doesn't allow you to reach up, and you're leaning up trying to get that foot and he keeps pulling you back, put both your hands on his knees. Both hands on his knees, and go the way he's pulling you. You let him use his momentum to go that way. Not all the time will this get you out, but it gets you back to your base and out of this crab position. From here, we're holding the knee still. I'm picking my legs up off the mat. I'm driving off my legs to here. My legs are up away from his, and I'm pushing. Maybe I'll come up into a hand switch roll in a different situation, but I'm out of the crab. If you stay in the crab, you end up playing handsy with them, as I call it. You'll come over here, try to grab his hand, he grabs your hand, you grab his hand, and you find that you spend a period and a half going back and forth, and you don't get anywhere. Don't sit here. This is his territory. This is not yours. Hand on the knees, kick back over. Get you back to your base, if nothing else, where you know what you're doing. Stand up, switches, rolls, high turn-ins, Granbys, etc. Okay, don't sit here. Okay, if he comes over top with one of those legs, don't grab it, pull it up. I told you no. Push it down and away. You grab it, pull it up. He's going to go 2-on-1, and that's worse than playing handsy. You're here for 2.5 periods. Okay, from under here, next thing we can do, try to pin yourself. Put your shoulder blades on the mat between his legs. Raise your hands and scoot down and away. Down and away. Scoot down and away, raise your hands up. Try to pin yourself between his legs. Look where my hands are. They're up and away, but I can get hold of his head. Now once I'm here, I can turn left or right depending on which way I prefer to go. Doesn't matter. Turn to the side. From here you're coming up with half Nelsons. One of the bases I talked about in crab rides, he must keep his chest flat against my back. He's not doing that in this. That's why the counter works. Chest to chest, if I can scoot down and away, my back is no longer against his chest, and he's at a disadvantage. And go to the head. However you want to lock the hands, turn left or right. Okay, and into your back, into back points. So we have reaching underneath, grab the foot. We have rolling back, getting back to a base so you can wrestle, or scooting down. Now, the last thing we do is similar to what we did for the counter of the crossbody. Once we have him down here, again, we want to go to one side, whatever it may be. Underneath both the legs, underneath the leg, don't pull it up. Keep it down, scoot down and away. Hold the foot still. My buttocks is pushing his leg away, and I'm forcing him to do a split. From here, duck under, and do a push-up out for either one or the reversal. Crabs can be troublesome if you don't know what you're doing. What you want to do is get out of the position first if you're not familiar with it. If you're familiar with it, let's look for the reversal by either scooting down and away, going to the head, pushing on the knees, getting back to your base, okay, or reaching up underneath your legs, hooking on the foot, same side arm, out running at the side. These are all effective ways of getting out of a crab. Remember, prevention is the best cure on legs. The guy gets, before you know he's a leg man, keep them off. Don't let him put the legs on. If he gets them on, use the out of bounds, use a stalemate, and use your counters effectively to get out. And then keep the legs off. You'll be better off for it.
I was asked a question, what does pinning mean to me? Well, first of all, the sport of wrestling is a physical chess match where you gear yourself against your opponent, thinking 3, 4, 5 steps ahead of time. What are you going to do? Analyzing, can I do that? Does my body have that knowledge of the holds I'm going to take place three moves from now? The effort that I put forth, basically in wrestling, is a cerebral gamesmanship type of an effort. And to me, pinning is the soul of the sport. It's superiority. It's luring your opponent into traps that you sent, basically. Pinning is a thought process that I love. It eats me, at me, for me. I love it. I spend time doing it. Basically, when you talk about how do I become a better pinner, how do I learn how to pin, it's when you start thinking as a coach, as an athlete, when I ask the question, how many phases are there in wrestling? And people will say, well, there's takedowns, reversals, escapes, pins. That's probably about it. They'll name the 4. Takedowns, reversals, escapes, and pins. But you know, if you make pinning a separate entity, then you never get to that, because it takes so long to learn a takedown and to be dominant on your feet, or learn how to escape off the bottom and keep from being turned. But by the time you roll around to learning something about pinning, there just never seems to be enough time in the end of the day to spend with your kids on the mat to teach them those skills. But what I've always believed is there are only 3 phases of wrestling: takedowns, reversals, and escapes. And on a takedown, let's say there's 5 component parts of a takedown. There is stance, motion back and forth, level change up and down, penetration in, finish up for the takedown. 5 phases. Stance, motion, level change, penetration, finish up. Makes a takedown. For 5 movements of wrestling, you get 2 bout points. Okay. If you add 1 more component to that takedown, such as half Nelson, headlock, cradle, Splat, some form of pinning combination at the end of the finish up. So, stance, motion, level change, penetration, change off to a double. As you're knocking them down, you change the double to a bottom leg cradle. So it takes you 6 positions to finish up the takedown. I add a pinning combination at the end of the 3 phases of wrestling: takedown, reversals, and escapes. So I do 6 phases or positions of the takedown instead of 5. If you do 5, 2 bout points. If you do 6, you get 16 points. 1 more, give you team points. 5, give you 2 bout points. So the idea is a reversal, a switch to a cradle, a side roll to a headlock, a fireman's carry to a headlock, a double leg to double front boots or scissors. The idea when you're drilling Everything I do, if coach is going over a 10-minute practice of takedowns, all right, got 10 minutes reversal, guys. He shows a reversal, you drill a reversal for 10 minutes. All right, escape. You can work on escapes for 10 minutes. So you spent 30 minutes in wrestling. 10 for takedowns, 10 for reversals, 10 for escapes. But you spent no time pinning. And we ran out of time in practice because now you're going to go live. What you do, and what I did, is I spent all 30 minutes on pinning. Double leg to a half, fireman's carry to a headlock, switch to a cradle, side roll to a headlock, and so on. So it would take me no more than 1 second extra on my takedowns, 1 second extra on my reversal. No more than you waste trying to stand back up to go back into another situation. So at the end of 30 minutes, I've drilled 10 minutes takedown, 10 minutes reversals, 10 minutes escapes, 30 minutes pinning. Guess what I'm going to be pretty damn good at? Pinning. And you can too if you take that philosophy. Nothing stops when you're drilling until he's on his back and he's stuck. Then get back up, he drills a takedown on you. If he wants to do it that way, fine. I don't care. I know what I want to do. I'm spending 30 minutes sticking. And if I spend that time, then there's a good chance I don't have to go 6 minutes. I don't have to have my hair messed up for photographs after it's over. I don't have to walk off the mat out of breath. And I can walk off 16 points and the coach going, attaboy. My girlfriend says, that's my boyfriend. The idea is to stick somebody. That's the name of the game. It is the soul of the sport. It's up to you if you want to have that as something that you're good at. Soul of the sport, pinning.
Again, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share with you some of my skills as a pinner. I'm sure that you'll be able to take this material and put it to good use. Remember, no matter the score or the amount of time left in the bout, when you have the ability to pin people, you're always close to victory. Use this knowledge to your advantage. When you combine that with conditioning and a hunger to win, you will become the winner you know you can be.
Thank you for watching the third in a series of tapes that is devoted exclusively to pinning. I hope that you have enjoyed this tape as much as I enjoyed doing it. And remember, keep it legal and make it painful. There are 1,001 clinicians out there that will take you on your feet and how do you throw a guy on his ass. You know, but what you don't get typically is, okay, once he's down there, what do I do with him? And that's usually where I take is my strength, although I can certainly spend some time on our feet, he throws them down, same with doubles and so on. But, you know, they're pretty, here in California, from Azevedo, you know, they're all over the place. You can get the technicians on your feet. It's what do you do after you knock them down and get them down there to a turbo. I have 4 hours on the clock, 12, 3, 6, and 9, but I have 2 appendages for. Anything that happens at 3 o'clock is my right arm and right leg. 6 o'clock, both feet. 12 o'clock, both hands. Now, when you wrestle good guys, guys that have been out for a couple of years that are at the 6 or above on a scale of 1 to 10, you can add an hour on either end of that. The good ones, you know, my right arm is now, I can go 11 to 4. I can add an hour here and an hour here. And I got a little bit more range of motion. When you're first learning to wrestle, you only have those 3 hours. And as you get a little better, you learn to cross over into other hours. So there's only, you know, some spots that are weak spots that you want to take advantage of. And that's 10:30 and 1:30. Okay, not 1 and not 2. 1:30, 10:30. Okay, those 2 hours on the clock are paramount to down wrestling. You want to remember 10-30, 1-30. So now, in order to break him down here, typically I want to get a hold of something. I'm either going to chop tight weights, I'm going to pick an ankle up, I'm going to reach across forearm. I'm going to get a hold of something in order to knock a guy down. Basically, you look at it, he's a table, okay, 4 legs on the ground. If I do a cross face and I pull his arm in, I pull his left arm in, his left arm's responsible between 9 and 12 o'clock. So now I have one arm control. If you cut a leg out of a table, it will not fall over until you put weight on that corner where the leg's gone, and the table will topple. Okay, so just getting a limb up doesn't make the guy fall over, or a table fall over. I want to drive some direction in order to make him fall. If I drove him, since I got his left arm up, his left arm 12 to 9, if I drove at 9 o'clock, he would not fall over, because he'll just say, screw you. He'll put his left foot out there, which is responsible also for 9, and I'm not going to take him over. So a side roll, you really don't go to your side on a side roll, which I'll show you in a minute, because you're going at 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock, depending on what side you're going to on a side roll. And you always have a hold of a wrist on a side roll. Well, you don't have a hold of his leg. And his leg can get out at 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock and stop. On the breakdowns here, okay, I got left arm here. I can't take him up at 12 o'clock because I still have his left arm, or his right arm is good for 12 o'clock. And on a good wrestler, he can get over to 11. This foot can go not only to 9 o'clock, but it can go up to 10 o'clock too.